You'll go
Sorry.
back to, no, you're okay.
I forgot to start record. My bad, guys.
You're all right. So we'll go back to reactions and you are going to lower hand. That'll clear us all up. Excellent. We're just waiting on 2 more people to go to reactions and click that lower hand. We're waiting on 1 more. Let's see. So you'll go to reactions and at the bottom, you'll just click lower hand. All right. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to cold call. Cold call is where I just call someone's name and the expectation is that you're going to share your learning style. This is another way to make sure that when you are serving your students, that we're creating equity of voice. Because if you ever had a student in your classroom who never does not have something to say, like they always have something to say. And then you have folks that you just don't ever hear from. And so we want to make sure we have equity of voice, that everyone has a chance to talk. So I'm just gonna pop over and ask, let's see, we have the same name, Megan. Megan, what's your learning style?
Multimodal.
So multimodal means that you learn basically in every way through tactile learning, auditory, visual, bodily kinesthetic. Does that sound right?
Yes, or like different options.
Yeah. Okay, so put up any emoji you want if you are also a multimodal learner. All right, so Megan, look around the room. There are a lot of people who learn like you. Looks like the majority of our class is a multimodal learner. Okay, so if you have something different, why don't you unmute yourself? What's another learning style you have?
Strong kinesthetic.
Bodily kinesthetic. So you learn by doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you are a bodily kinesthetic learner, can you tell me how to say your name?
Sahara.
Sahara. If you're a bodily kinesthetic learner like Sahara, can you put an icon or a reaction up? Okay, Sahara, as you look around, there's at least 4 other people in our room who are bodily kinesthetic learners like you. So if you're not moving, if you are not doing, learning's not going to necessarily be meaningful for you. Does that sound right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Any learning style outside of bodily kinesthetic or multimodal that someone has that would like to share?
Well, I'm more visual.
Okay. Visual learners, very important. So if we don't have visual support for you, again, that body-brain connection is a little more complex. I see Antonio. Antonio, are you also a visual learner?
Absolutely. I love a good example on the, to use the, I think it's like the whiteboard feature that is offered. I love to show it, see it. I don't like to talk in a vacuum. So when we're talking about Dirac, what does it look like? Because a lot of people have different interpretations of Dirac. So I like to use it as one of my tools because I like it. So.
Love it. So just like we did just now, you see that we have an incredible variation of learning styles. When you are conducting your sessions, you really want to make sure that you have aspects of each session that tap into those learning styles. If you go with what's strongest for you, so let's say that's auditory, you're going to lose 75% of your learners, maybe even more, because they can't retain information just by hearing it. So as you're creating your lesson plans, we're going to do a bit of that a little later today, but it's so important to be mindful of those multiple learning styles. Make sure you have visuals, make sure you've got those auditory reminders, provide some bodily kinesthetic movement. We'll talk about what that might look like for adult learners. Yes, okay, so I'm going to turn my screen on. I have a very small human with me. Mr. Jaden.
Here's my baby.
I have 2 boys, so at any point in time, you all might see some of those friends. But yes, okay, Candace, if you'll take us back to our slideshow.
Well, wait. Okay. All right, I'll keep clicking through. And here, yes, come on, good pictures, good headshots.
So you've been hearing me talk. My name is Megan Rice. I am a teacher, an educational consultant, and an equity advocate. I work in different schools to support teaching some of our littlest learners. And then I also help conduct professional development series for different organizations. And then equity work. I work with various organizations to ensure families have the resources they need, be those financial, medical, obviously educational resources, so that they and their children can be successful. And then Candace wanted me to share this so that she doesn't embarrass me, so I'll just embarrass myself. Last year, I won the Golden Apple Award for teaching excellence. I was one of 10 individuals out of about 708. And so teaching best practices is absolutely my heart. And so I'm super excited to get to be with you all today. Hopefully today will be engaging, informative. And since you can see Jaden is here with us, at the very least, it's going to be very real. So thank you for having me.
Yes. And what Megan also, I saved this, I wasn't gonna tell her I was gonna embarrass her about this, is that she also sings and she has recording albums, but we're not gonna talk about that. Maybe during lunch, I'll have her sing for us while we're at lunch, but she knew I was gonna say something about that. But as you all know, well, most of you all should know, my name is Candace Smith. I'm so happy to be back with you all again as a program coordinator for this year, winter 2022 and summer 2022. I will put this out there. Anyone interested in taking my spot, please let me know, because I don't want to keep okay, we'll talk about that later, but I'm so happy to be back with you all. I am an assistant state's attorney. My 9 to 5 is assistant state's attorney in our child support enforcement division. Been doing that as a lead supervisor. My co-lead supervisors on here, Miss Natalia Moore. I've been doing this for the past, oh gosh, when did I go back, Natalia? I forgot, I think it was 2015. I've been back as a supervisor, been with the Cook County State's Attorney's Office for the past 12 years. And I am also a mother, of course, of 3 boys. I'm trying to get Megan to have 1 more so we can have this 3-boy pack going on. But other than that, I'm just so happy to be with you all again. This workshop was developed. I was just, the coordinators and I, Jasmine, were going over the surveys and the feedback we were getting from students. And they were just saying, we want our tutors to be able to do more teaching. And so I know we are not teachers by heart because we are lawyers. We teach, we teach in some aspects, but we are not trained teachers. And so I went to the first person that popped in my mind was Miss Rice. Miss Megan Rice is awesome. I mean, you heard she won the Golden Apple, and I have a lot of educators in my family, so I had to ask them. I was like, I know this is like a big deal, but tell me how big of a deal it is. And they were like, it's a huge deal. So I was like, okay, well, that's who I am going to help us with this. And so Megan is really going to share her knowledge with us and give us some more like techniques in order to kind of help our students kind of, teach them direct, not teaching them. I'm still not asking you all to teach them the Black letter law, because who knows it unless you practice in that area. And I made that caveat to them on Thursday, but this is more just to help you have some more, tools in your kit. And so on the Tutor portal, you'll see we have something called tutor resources, and we have something called toolbox. And so in that toolbox, we're putting this slideshow in, we're putting, some feedback and grading things we're going to go over today. Hopefully you all saw there's the agenda is in there as well, so you can see kind of what we're going to be covering today. But yeah, just some more extra things we can do to help our students achieve. So I have let's see, I can go into the next slide because I will talk all day. Our tutor coordinators this year, I'm sorry, our program coordinators for this year are myself, as I said, Ms. Jasmine Morton has so graciously, I think I might have volunteered her to come back as tutor coordinator. So we're so happy to see and have her back. And then we've added a new program coordinator. Our assistant program coordinator is Miss Brittany. She knows I mess up her last name, so I don't even attempt to do it. Miss Brittany C. is back with us. She is a former tutor, one of my super tutors, and she has so graciously come back or come on board with Jasmine and I to help us out with this bar year. So we are grateful for that. Any questions and concerns that you may have, most of you all probably have our personal email, but the best way to get it to us would be that general email, mlerprogram@gmail.com. And so just quickly, our platforms that we're using, just two, will be Google Classroom, which you guys are utilizing right now, and also Zoom. Your Google Classroom assignments for your personal groups will be given out, like I said earlier, I think today. I hope to do that today. And you will be assigned your groups and you will be added as a, I think is it a teacher or administrator, something. You won't be a student, Jonathan. You won't be a student in those groups. You will be actually the administrator of those groups. So you guys will be able to see your students, your grades, be able to grade within the Google Classroom, get feedback within the Google Classroom, and manage your groups and post things and of that nature in your group. So you're only students just for the tutor portal part. The coordinators are managing the tutor portal, but as far as your actual classroom, that is all you. Hey, have fun. And then of course we're utilizing Zoom. Hopefully you all got the emails Jasmine has been sending out with the link to register. You must register in advance to get the Google link. I think most of you all have done so, but if you have not, please make sure you do that before Thursday, preferably a couple of days before, because if we need to troubleshoot anything, let's do that as soon as possible so we don't have any hiccups, because Thursday will come with its own hiccups, right? It always does that first night, but we're praying that it will not. And if you can do that beforehand, that'll be great. So I will, Google Classroom, here you go. I will pass now the baton over to our tutor coordinator. Please bear with her. She's under the weather, but she is here today and you still look beautiful, honey. I don't care what you say. And I will pass this over to Ms. Jasmine Morton to go further with the policies and procedures.
Hi, everyone. It's good to see everyone. We're very excited that you're here. So for those of you that have used Google Classroom before, this is just kind of a review of the things that you're able to do through Google Classroom. If you've never used it before, we provided a helpful link, which will provide a more in-depth tutorial about how to use it. But you should be able to send messages to your students, receive their exams, grade their exams. You should be able to access our tutor portal, as Candace said. So Google Classroom is going to be your holy grail of resources and how you should be communicating with your students. Next slide. Uh-oh. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My screen froze a little bit. Okay, so Zoom, as Candace said, you guys should have all received the registration link for Zoom. Please let us know if you haven't. It'll be the same link every time to access your Zoom sessions with your students. Your sessions with your students, well, your students will start at 5:30 every Thursday, but you won't be logging on to meet with your students until about 5:55. And your sessions will start at 6, but we ask that you start at 5:55 so we can start promptly at 6 and end just before 7 o'clock. Your students will be having a large group session with Candace from 5:30 to about 5:55. Then they will go into your small group sessions and then come back to the large group to hopefully perform their exams. But if not, they will be doing their exams the following day. So Zoom guidelines. We
Sorry.
really, that's okay. We really ask that you guys keep it as professional as possible. Please dedicate that time on Thursday from 5:55 to 6:55 to your students. If you need to change your setting at all, or change your background because you know that you're in a high traffic place, please change your background to a virtual background, or something that works well for you. We want to make sure, because our students are actually paying for this service, that they are getting a high quality professional performance from our tutors and our program. If you don't know how to change your background, or also on Zoom, you can change it so there's less background noise. There's a whole lot of features on Zoom, but you can change your background. You can do amazing things, and it will just help keep the professionalism at the highest level. So I'm gonna change my background just so you can see. I'm gonna blur it in case you've never used that feature before. I use it a lot of times when I'm in court virtually. So make sure that you guys are testing some of those things out before you get into session. That can be helpful. If you want to ever do a test call with any of us, if you need to do a little tutorial session on how to use Zoom, because some of us just know the bare bones about how to use Zoom, we can absolutely do that for you. Please also make sure that you're enabling your camera. We want your students to see you. Thank you, Valentine, for demonstrating how you can change the backgrounds. I appreciate it. So we encourage the students, in fact, demand of the students that they keep their cameras on, and we ask the same thing of our tutors. So our whole purpose is to increase the number of minority attorneys. And now that Illinois is a UPE state, we are really trying to expand our reach to all UBE states or all UBE jurisdictions. So we want to increase the number of minority attorneys across the nation. Hopefully, we have one student, I believe, that's taking the Alaska bar exam. So we want to make sure that we're increasing those numbers, and that really comes from giving our students an exceptional experience with MLER. I really like to say that you want to give students the experience that you had or you wish you had going through law school, preparing for the bar exam, sitting for the bar exam. You want to give them those tips and tricks and effective tools that will get them across the finish line. So just the highest level of professionalism, the highest level of teaching for our students is our main goal and priority. And we know that because you guys signed up to be tutors, you feel the same way. Just a little background on MLER. I'm sure many of you guys know the Honorable Anne Claire Williams, who spearheaded the start of MLER in 1977. We are 40 plus years old. We are currently operated by a board of directors. Some of your tutors on here are newly brought on to the board of directors positions. So you'll have to give a hand clap for Ivy, Rachel, and Sahara. They are brand new board members. We appreciate any and everyone that wants to give back to our program. And we are a program that's really run by a volunteer board that puts their heart and soul into the program. So we are nothing without our tutors and nothing without our board.
Yes, and it's 45 years this year, you all. 45 years that MLER has been to existence. I'll let the board later say if they're going to do anything. That's all I'm going to say. But 45 years, y'all, going strong, and so that's just great that you all are all part of history as well.
Absolutely. Okay, so we are in our winter session, which is a 6-week session. Week 1 started this week on Thursday for your students. We focus on a small group session, which is what you will be meeting with your students for that hour session every Thursday. So you're focused on both the mental and emotional health of your students, and you're also focused on getting them through the bar exam by making sure that they're prepared. I always say that half of a bar exam is knowing the law and being prepared, and the other half of it is mental. You know, some people get in there and they freeze up. Some people get in there, they know the law, and they can't get relaxed enough to actually sit there and let it flow. So we want to make sure that we're tackling both of those things with our students, that they are ready, that they know the Black letter law, that they understand direct and know it like the back of their hand, and also that they can let it flow. So make sure that you're tackling both of those things with your students as best that you can, because we want to get them again across the finish line. And then the large group sessions, they will be working on their practice exams, mini review. Candace is a true cheerleader, so she does pep talks and inspirational Rocky videos and all sorts of stuff, trying to get everyone pumped up, because as you all know, it's a daunting task, sitting for the bar exam. Whether this is your first time or if you're a repeater, it is daunting, and we want them to feel as encouraged as possible. Each week they will be doing MEE and MPTs. We try to give you guys, in fact, we will give you guys advance notice as to what will be on the upcoming exam. I.e., will it be 2 MPTs? Will it be 6 MEE essays? What will it consist of? That way, when you guys divide up your grading schedule, that you really understand what you're signing up for when you sign up to grade for that particular week, and that you can make sure your schedule permits you to grade, 6 MPTs that week or what have you. We also want to encourage you guys and really insist that you guys find a way to communicate with your students on a weekly basis beyond the Thursday class session that you meet with them. I know that some groups have found a way to create a rotating schedule for tutors reaching out to students. Students really appreciate it, knowing that someone cares about what's going on with them. A lot of students need a little extra TLC to get them through it. And we don't want that to ever be overbearing for you all, but we encourage your groups, once you find out where you guys are grouped, to talk with your group leaders and figure out the best schedule for reaching out to your students to make sure that they are on the road to success. Okay, so important dates. The program will end February 10th. Your students, what would that be? Tomorrow have their first writing and study skills clinic. So I'm sure that their first exam will will be a little rough. We always hope that that second week exam, they do a little bit better because now they actually have an idea of what DIRAC is beyond what they learned in law school. There is an all-day exam on January 30th. It will just simulate the writing portion of the exam, not the MBE. We will have tutor dinner on January 27th. We encourage you all to stay on the line, or I'm sorry, join another Zoom, which we will provide you with after your small group session, because we really like to know how your sessions are going. If your students are not turning in exams, if you're having any type of issue, we would like to know at that time or before that time. We want to be proactive, especially because this is such a short session. The sooner we know about an issue, the better we're able to tackle it. And then students will have boot camp on February 3rd, where we'll do buzzwords and play Jeopardy with them and the whole nine. Okay, so the tutor portal has so many resources in it, and we will continuously add things to it. We encourage you guys / demand that you look in the tutor portal and refer to the MLER curriculum, the scheduling, the active reading and time management. Please use the tools that we provide. A lot of times, tutors will feel like they have to shoot from the hip, and we encourage you guys to be creative, of course. Please do. Whatever you see, please expand upon it. But for instance, in the tutor portal, you'll see lesson plans where you will see the breakdown for how you should structure your lessons with your students so that there is no downtime, there is no lull, there is no empty space, because you only have about 55 minutes with your students and you want that time to be used really effectively. So we want you guys to follow what's in there. Also, there's a template in there for a slideshow that you can add information to. It has kind of a template in there where if you're a person that likes to have a PowerPoint presentation, when you present, it has a template in there and you can kind of fill in the blanks as needed. We try to provide you guys with as much as possible because we know that you're volunteering and giving a lot of your time. So we're trying to make it as simple as possible, even though we're asking for a lot. We want the feedback that you provide students to be specific and concrete. Students really, a lot of students want the secret sauce. And a lot of times your answer for the secret sauce is you just got to know the black letter law, which is part of it. But if you can point out to them how they can restructure their essay within the DIRAC framework, how they can rephrase their sentences, how they can, not go for that red herring. This is the point that you are actually supposed to make. We want to provide them with feedback that is substantial. No more, okays, goods, and we'll talk more about this as we go on in the session, but we want to make sure that, think about when you're getting feedback from a partner, right? Or you're getting feedback from a supervisor, and they give you little to no feedback and then tell you to fix it. And you're like, I don't know what I'm doing. Those feelings, that's what we want to avoid with our students, right? Even though they have the sample answer, we want to provide them with concrete instruction. Be the partner that you wish you had giving you feedback. Be that person, okay? We ask that you guys attend your weekly small group sessions. Make sure you're communicating those important principles to your students. If for some reason you can't make a session, or you're going to have difficulty grading that week, more notice, the better. We just want to know things in advance. Life comes up, but just give us notice and your group leaders notice, and we should be able to accommodate. But these are the main responsibilities that we have for our tutors. Okay. So make sure that as many resources as we have in the tutor portal, make sure that you guys are prepared in advance of your sessions. We have a lot of templates on there. Make sure you're completing those and prepared for your class beforehand. If you're prepared to lead that week's session, I encourage the person that is leading to send their plan out to the other tutors in their group, so everyone is on the same page about what's going to be happening. If you guys have a kind of divide and conquer where someone handles running law, someone handles going over this week's MPT, make sure those things are very clear, because it's evident to the students when you guys are not on the same page as a group of tutors for your session. So please make sure that you are as prepared as possible, I'll say. Make sure that you are providing as many kind of universal examples to your students as possible. I always give my students the example from the making sure that you're mentally prepared for the exam, as I did hypnosis before taking my exam, which was very effective for me. I had never done it before, but I always kind of worried about standardized testing. Always a great student, but standardized tests would always make me nervous. And this was the biggest test of my life, and I wanted to be able to let it flow. And a combination of that and going to get a massage, it worked out. So, that's kind of, I think, a unique example. It's not something that I would harp on with students, but it's something that I might give them as an option to do, whether they're listening to YouTube videos or what have you. But if you are the person that, didn't have to study for the bar exam until 2 weeks before the bar, or you were the person that, I don't know, you're just a legal savant and you just read your outline once and you were fine, that's super unique. We want to give the students kind of the roadmap of what a typical law student who passed the bar did. They studied for this many weeks. They prepared this many note cards. They did however many outlines. They did an audio outline. You want to provide them with all the resources and the tools of a more typical experience, especially if they're working while preparing for the bar exam, of a more typical experience than the unique, I don't know, Rain Man was able to pass the bar exam example. Okay, so just keep that in mind as you're talking to your students. So each group will have a lead tutor. We want to make sure that you guys are all communicating, though. Every tutor is important to the group. We want everyone to be invested and contributing and speaking to students. So the group leader will manage things, but again, you guys are all crucial and essential. And when you are speaking to your group leads, if there's an issue, you can always feel free to email your group lead and copy myself, Brittany, or Candace, or all three of us, depending on what the issue is. But your group lead is really your first point of contact for things that are happening kind of in the inner workings of your group. We encourage that your group leads follow up on the bar results and encouraging students and celebrating the students, but we also want all of your tutors to do that as well. But these are just some of the responsibilities that we ask of our group leads. Okay, so most of these topics are about getting the students organized as possible. We want to make sure that they have an effective plan in place. Make sure you're reviewing their schedules to ensure that they're not studying for 23 hours a day or only studying for 2 hours a day. We have a sample schedule on the tutor portal that you can provide students. You can also provide them with your study schedule as a resource to them. We want to make sure that we're checking on their status in life. Things happen, especially through this pandemic, and we want to make sure that there's an open line of communication about what's happening with your students. So these are just some topics that we like to cover to ensure that everyone is doing okay. And as they get to the end of session, making sure that they're shifting to what the kind of final lap looks like before they get to the bar exam, how they should be preparing in those final weeks. So these are just a couple of options for topics that should be covered.
And just to let you all know, on Thursday, they were told to do a schedule for 1 week. So either they started on Friday to next Friday or Saturday to next Saturday, but they're to provide you all with those schedules at your small group on Thursday. So you all can review those or take time to review them and then get back to them the following Thursday, whatever, however you all want to work that. But they are to provide you all with schedules, and I will remind them of that this week when I send out my email to them. But they're supposed to have at least 1 week completed so you can see kind of what they're doing and you guys can give them feedback.
And you guys should decide, or your group lead should decide how you guys want to provide that feedback. If just the group lead wants to provide it, if you want all the tutors to provide feedback, make sure that's clear in the beginning too, so that no one's schedule falls through the cracks. So this is just a sample schedule of what you guys should be covering with your students during your weekly sessions with them. Make sure you guys are giving them very specific, concrete examples of issues you saw in their exams. The students, while I feel like they appreciate kind of general information, they're really looking for specifics. What did I do wrong and how do I fix it? So make sure you guys are really taking the time to provide that to them because they're going to be asking. And I also want to encourage you guys to reiterate DIRAC on a weekly basis and actually go through it with them. Even if you are writing DIRAC on a piece of paper and breaking it down for them. Sometimes it requires that. I know it required it for me to make sure that I was actually attacking the answer the way I was supposed to. So study schedules. We have seen different extremes with the study schedules, and we have seen students that based on their progress, they can't be following the study schedule that they presented to us. So we want to make sure that they have a study schedule that they can actually fulfill all the obligations on there. And we also want to make sure that they are on pace for being successful. So the study schedules are crucial. I think even more so for those students that are working and that have children. So please pay special attention to the schedules and allow them to provide you revamped schedules as well. Sometimes students have a schedule for January And then they have a schedule for the first 2 weeks in February, and then it's going to change for the last 2 weeks. So think about those things as kind of being an ongoing process for reviewing their schedules beyond the one that you're going to get from them on Thursday, and encourage them to show you a revamped schedule. So these are the important takeaways that your students should see in creating a schedule. And these are the things that you guys should be promoting. Again, what a typical student does in order to pass the bar exam, they're studying for 8 to 9 hours a day. So again, if you see a student that only has 3 to 4 hours in there, it's going to be a struggle for them to pass the bar exam. We also want to make sure that students are taking the time to go for a run. Well, it's cold outside, so maybe an indoor bike ride or going to the gym. Making sure that they are minimizing procrastination and avoiding things that will cause them to procrastinate. So it's fine to tell your students, listen, let your family know that this is grind time. I'm not available as best that they can. So make sure you're checking on your students and promoting these things, because if this is their first time taking the bar, or even if as a repeater, they might be trying to still navigate their way. What is the recipe for success? And if you see on there that they are spending the entire month of January going over secure transactions and family law, and they have not reviewed any other subjects, this is the time for you to step in and tell them that your schedule needs to have more detail and it needs to have more subjects. And be honest with themselves about the subjects that they struggle with and need to review more of. All the things that worked for you all. Those are the things you want to download into your students.
And Brittany on Thursday gave them a great hashtag to put up on their Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, whatever, their social media, because we told them to shut it down, let it go. It will still be there after you take the bar in February. Let that go. I forgot what the hashtag was, Brittany, but it was good. And they were like, oh, we might try that.
It was Esquire loading.
There you go. Esquire loading. Goodbye. Hashtag Esquire loading. Good day, social media. Okay. So they worked on that.
I love that. Okay, so we have set some new deadlines for getting back graded exams. So you guys will get them no later than Friday by midnight. And we are asking that all graded exams be posted by the following Monday by 8 p.m. We are asking for this because students require more time to actually review your feedback. Some of you have been, exceptional teachers and setting up conference calls with your students prior to your Thursday meeting to review the feedback that you've given them. We want to make sure that students also are getting their exams back in a timely fashion. We have found that when we set the deadline too close to the actual class time, things go awry. So we are asking for Monday by 8 p.m. And this also permits us, if there's an issue with your ability to grade over the weekend, that we will be able to find some coverage in time before your Thursday class. But ultimately, it's about getting the students back their exams as early as possible. Now, if you have students that are not turning in exams by Friday, we have always said that, you're not required to grade their exams. Now, some of you feel badly about that and still want to be able to grade your students' exams. Please let us know if you have a habitual late person please let us know, because you guys are professionals and we don't want this to become overly burdensome. We're trying to keep it as simple as possible. So keep us in the loop if you have a student that's not turning in exams on time, because that impacts you. Okay, so Illinois adopted the UBE in July 2019. Those of you that have been tutoring with us for a while are aware that we are a UBE jurisdiction now. So what's enticing about this is that it's transferable to kind of any UBE jurisdiction when the students pass this bar exam. So we're really excited about that. And I took the bar exam in 2015 and I wish this had been the case then, but it's just, oh, thank you, Brittany, 40 jurisdictions and counting. So it's really fantastic. And it's helping with our marketing efforts, just putting in a plug for MLER that we're able to service more jurisdictions. Okay, so there are 2 MPTs, 6 MEE, and 200 MBE questions. I make this note that there are no Illinois specific essays because oftentimes as tutors, we will try to provide students with our old resources and supplements, and we want to make sure that we're not giving them any Illinois specific law, and that we are not providing them anything about Fed tax or anything that's not going to be on this bar exam. So we encourage our students to make up an opportunity to get points by really killing it on the MPT. Antonio provides a really great session for our students on the MPT, but it's still a section that students struggle with. And I'm sure that your students are going to have a lot of questions for you all about that. We'll be talking about that more, but this is the new format, just so everyone is aware. And so that we can address their concerns accordingly. Okay, so as I said, there are some essay subjects that are no longer included on the bar exam. I know some of you that took it a while ago are like, dang, they only have to study these subjects. It's still a lot for the students. So day 1 is still the writing, day 2 is still the MBE. Your students are going to want to go over, and you're going to want to go over the Black letter law for these essay subjects and these MBE topics with your students. Make sure that you and your students are aware that their passing score is 266. And I will pause for any questions about preparing them for the bar exam, grading schedules. Any questions? Okay.
All right, since there's no questions, thank you so much, Jasmine, for going over the policies and procedures, even though you're feeling a little under the weather, but you did a great job. Thank you so much, girl, for showing up. So right now, Jasmine did a great job with keeping with time. So she gave you all an extra 5-minute stretch break. So we will bathroom break, grab you something to eat, another snack, breakfast, whatever. And then we'll come back at 11 o'clock and we will start our next session. All right, everyone, it is 11:01. If you can hear me, we are back. We will continue to move on. Let me share. Make sure I got my right stuff up. All right. Megan's so awesome with graphics. We were like, we need something to brighten this up a little bit. So we got little emojis in there for you, you know, make the slideshow look a little better. So we are gonna move on to our next section, excuse me. Our next section is gonna cover kind of, it's what we call it, what me and Megan were kind of talking about was like the substantive piece about this. So we're gonna talk about lesson planning, how to do a lesson plan, what that looks like. Jasmine already stated that we have, for our old tutors, you know, that we had a weekly agenda that we would give out to you all on a weekly basis that kind of broke down time by time what you should be doing in that 55 minutes. Now, let's be real. I usually give you guys like an hour. You know, I understand that 55 minutes is short. It goes by quickly, especially when you have a lot to discuss with your tutors, your students that week. And so this is just another guide, another tool to help you all kind of structure your session so you get the most out of it within that short session. And just a reminder, we're still going to do at the end of there's 2 sessions in February. Those 2 sessions will again be one of those extended sessions. So you will get that hour and a half that we'll give you guys for those last 2 sessions. But for the first 3 that you'll have, it will be that 55 to an hour, you know me, kind of a session with you all. Okay, so this section, again, like I said, we'll be talking about, and Megan's gonna conduct this, and we're gonna talk about how to structure a lesson plan, what that looks like, how to engage the students more than just what I'm doing right now with y'all, just talking towards the screen. Antonio alluded to that he likes to use the whiteboard. I think that's a great function and tool to use to keep the students engaged. And so we're going to talk a little bit more about that. So Miss Megan, go ahead.
Sorry if you hear a baby crying in the background. Okay, so yes. So what I want to start with first are something that in my profession we call teaching moves. And some of the pieces when I was talking to you all earlier, there were some things that I was doing with you, and I want to name them just so that you can have a small toolkit to be able to pull from. In the teacher resources, you're also going to find some links that will provide videos of how to teach these, in addition to other teaching moves. You know, you might find that you have students that provide answers that aren't substantial enough. And so there's a teaching move that's called right is right, and to really help people get focused on the right things you want them to be discussing. So the first teaching move I want to talk to you all about is called chat or check for understanding. They both have the same purpose. So a chat for understanding, because you all are teaching online, is to make sure that students understand either the question that you have asked or the directions that you're giving. So really quickly, I'll do it just a quick check for understanding. What is a check for understanding? Someone just call out, what is a check for understanding?
Clarity on the direction of the question.
Thank you. So that's something super quick that you can do with students, whether that's, again, auditory, like we just did with Antonio. Thank you for just asking, okay, in a moment, you all are going to write for 2 minutes, and then we're going to debrief. You would quickly ask, what are we going to do? Someone would say, we're going to write for 2 minutes, and then we'll debrief. Now, the chat function for understanding, instead of using that auditory component, you might give someone a time frame. And let's say, for example, you all are working on your DIRAC, and you want them to chat about the D portion, which is decision. Is that correct? So then you would have them go into the chat. You'd place a timer on the screen for 2 minutes, or have it on your phone, whatever is most convenient for you, and just let them know you all may start typing. You need to write for that full 2 minutes. So then people are taking their time, they're writing. You are able to get meaningful data in the moment. As you know, you can download the chats. So then that's something that you can use for later on if you're assessing their growth You have something to be able to pull from quickly. And then that'll also help you if you see exemplar examples. Now you're able to quickly go and say, I see this individual here stated X, Y, and Z. Let's expound on that. So that's a chat or a check for understanding. Chat is obviously using the chat portion. Check is when you are having someone unmute to repeat the directions. Now, the next one, which I did with you all earlier, is a cold call. If you recall, a cold call is to help support equity of voice. We want to ensure that everyone has time to speak over the course of a call. We want to hear from all participants. But then we always want people to just be in a place of readiness, because that also ensures that people are engaged. So you'll just randomly call out someone's name. What I like to do is online, sometimes I'll just have a little cue card and I'll mark my students off to just note like, okay, I've talked to each one of these people X amount of times today. I notice I haven't talked to this person. And as you do it, you're building this culture and climate where that is something that is expected. So it doesn't feel like an I gotcha. So it's good to let them know we're going to be doing something called a cold call, probably every class. This is not an I gotcha. This is to make sure everyone is engaged. And this is to make sure you understand what's going on and that I'm able to communicate with you, et cetera, et cetera. Now, when you do a cold call, it's really important to give wait time. Now, wait time, generally speaking, is 3 to 5 seconds. It's not very long. But research shows that when you provide wait time, it allows students to not just give you the fastest answer, but something more meaningful. And wait time can be awkward for people, where you're like, but it's okay to narrate that and say, after I call this individual's name, we're gonna have some wait time. And so, say we're providing wait time, and you can do that in your head. Sometimes I like to make it, 7 to 10 seconds just to kind of provide that space. And then to say, okay, now we're gonna share. Let's see, I see a hand. Yes, Jonathan.
Yeah, so I just have a quick question about that.
Sure.
I think I may have misunderstood. When we are giving that wait time, do we tell them that, or do we, how do you keep someone from answering a question really
Right.
quick?
That's good. Yeah, so I would narrate that. So right after that cold call, say, now I'm going to provide some wait time.
So say it.
You can say that, yeah. And then ideally, as you are going through the weeks, that will be a practice that you have done enough where they know that wait time is an expectation.
Can I just also really quick say, I think that's also something to establish in the first small group session, that you're going to respect each other's time and space and ability to answer questions. And so when a person's been called, let them answer. If they ask for help, then sure, we can give it. But if not, we're going to respect each other and know that everybody's learning. So I think that that's a good ground rule to set as well.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yes, I love that. And to, I think, add to what you're saying too, what you just did. So in my classroom, when we're teaching online, you're not calling out. You're going to do what you just did. You raised your hand. That will allow me to know that you either have a question and I will come to you. Or you can, obviously propose a question in the chat. But set that. So another thing that's really good to do day one, you'll see when we get to the lesson plans that you'll have this portion that's an introductory piece, is to have your ground rules set. So just like we established our norms at the beginning of this meeting, it talked about how we need you to have a quiet background, how you need to dress professionally, how you need to just conduct yourself during the call. You think about 4 to 5 norms that you want to have in your classroom. If you have a question, you use the raise hand icon. we don't interrupt others when they're speaking. But you think about the 4 things that are going to help your classroom run the most smoothly, especially in an online environment. And share those at the top of your class. And if it's important, what I often do is I share them at the beginning of each session, where I'm like, we're just going to go over our norms really quickly. Our cameras are on. If we have a question, we raise, for my 5-year-olds, I call it a silent hand. You raise a silent hand. And just have those. So again, it is normalized. You're normalizing wait time. You're normalizing cold calls. You're normalizing those checks for understanding. Let's see, Patricia, I see you have a silent hand raised.
Yes, so I went through this over the summer. And sometimes I think because we're all under, well, not me anymore, thankfully, but everyone's under so much pressure from studying and all that stuff that sometimes, like I noticed, at least not with me, because I'm very talkative, so it's not really an issue, even if I'm wrong. But I know with some other people, it's a little more intimidating, especially when you're not sure of what the answer is, and sometimes you give up. So how do you do this cold call? Because in law school, cold call is like, I'm going to put you on the spot, intimidate you for 20 minutes and see where that goes. But how do you do that without like, putting more pressure on someone that's already under a lot of pressure?
Yeah, I love that. It's a really good question. So one, before you do any of your teaching moves, you again want to normalize the purpose. So the why. Again, we're in a space where we're all learning. So the expectation, something that I teach my students is we call it failing forward. I normalize that space of failure, that I'm like, this is that stretching that we're going to need to grow. And it's okay if you don't have it right. That's not the expectation. The expectation is that you're able to share your thoughts, and then I can help fill in pieces, or we can bring in the group to say, okay, this is a component that I noticed Patricia is on the right track. Can someone add to that? Because ideally, your classroom is going to be a space where people are desiring to work collaboratively. And again, that can be one of your norms. Saying we're working collaboratively. This is going to be awkward at times, but this is not a space for judgment, because it's, and I teach 5-year-olds, but even for them, I'm like, just so we're clear. Like if I have this is a random anecdote, but I would have kids that, would make fun of somebody, I don't know, because they couldn't get an answer right. I'm like, that's really great that friend, is like trying to push through that. But there are people in here who pick their nose. And if I remember last week, there are other people in here who still pee on themselves. So I want to encourage everybody to remember that we don't have a leg to stand on in regards to talk. Like nobody in here, as far as I know, has passed the bar. So we are all in here in this space to grow and to be collaborative. And if for whatever reason, individuals don't feel like they can be collaborative and have positive or like constructive feedback, then that's even one of those moments, like you can normalize that too and say, if you don't have anything constructive to say, today might be a day where you do need to stay muted on this call. Because again, if you're not willing to stretch, this course isn't going to be beneficial to you. And so just knowing like, this is not a place of judgment. This is not a space where, again, it's an I gotcha. It's just to help help you think through it, help you push. And we're all going to be in a space where we are trying to help build on one another's knowledge. Because I don't know that there is a perfect way, to help completely alleviate that fear of like, what if I have it wrong? So if you can just let them know, I'm really here to see how you're thinking, because that's going to help me fine tune how to teach you. And I can't do that if I don't know your thoughts. Does that help at all?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or wonderings before we move on? And right now I'm going to provide wait time for you to think through that. So even for that wait time, I was counting it in my head, but for some people, that wait time can be the difference between asking a question and not. So it is totally fine to give it, because it's like you might just need to be building up that confidence to say something. Hey, there we go. Hello, Jonathan.
How long was that wait time, just out of curiosity?
Yeah, that wait time was about 8 seconds. Didn't it feel longer?
Yeah, it felt really long.
Didn't it? Yeah, but that was just 8 seconds. See, look at that. We're not even used to waiting, right? Like, that was just 8 seconds. Yeah, good question. Okay, so these are just a few little moves that you all can use to help you transition through your lessons. All right, Candace, if you'll take us to the next slide. All right, so if you can click lesson plan 1 for me. Okay, so what Candace and I have done here is we created a sample lesson for you all. In just a little bit, we're going to break into small groups, and you all are going to also create your own sample lessons. One, to get a feel for how it, should look and things that you'd like to pay attention to. But then the other piece is so that at the end of today, y'all will have your lesson plans for all 5 weeks. So we want to give you something that is useful, so that you have something to take away and that this isn't anything you're having to spend your time on later. Does that feel okay? Give me some reactions there just to let me know. Feels all right. Okay, I've got 2 reactions so far, waiting for a few more. Okay. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna wait on 100%. So that means every individual is giving me a reaction. Thank you, Sahara. Thank you, Brittany. Thank you, Shelley. Thank you, Natalia. Thank you, Candace. Thank you, Nathaniel. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Priscilla. Thank you. Thank you, Valentine. Thank you. Okay, so now I'm noticing that we have hands raised. All right, I want to make sure I pronounce your name correctly. That's also really important. As you're meeting your students, ask them how they pronounce their names. My family, most of them are really Southern, and so I like to say Megan is how I say my name, but they all call me Megan and call me May. It's not a big deal to me, but it's just good to know how people pronounce their names so you can honor that. All right, so let's see. Valentine, do you have your hand raised? Oh, Valentine, like the holiday. Come on, there we go. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. Do you have a question, Valentine?
Yes, so not for now, I'm contemplating a question, but I need to hear some more from you.
Okay, sure thing.
Okay.
All right, let's see. Was there anyone else who had their hand raised that I missed? Okay. All right, so we're gonna just take a glance at this lesson plan. You'll notice that it has 4 components. We've got our topic, which is going to let you know what you'll be doing for each segment. You have your schedule. So tentatively, you've got these time windows just to kind of let you know how much time we'd like to allot for each section. Your assessment piece. This is really important. The whole time you're teaching, you want to be collecting data. Now, that can look a lot of different ways. Some of those pieces can be anecdotal, where you literally are just checking, did everybody get to speak, right? So it's just helping you ensure that you're doing things with fidelity. And then there'll be other times where you actually are taking notes or you're grading something, but you want to be mindful of how you're gathering data in each segment of what you're doing, because it really helps ground your why, your purpose. And then the last piece is the activity. It lets you know what it is that you're doing. We really wanted to simplify this portion. When I've looked at previous lesson plans you all have, it was more of like an agenda. And so we really just want to make sure that what you are teaching is clear so that you're not trying to fumble through it or kind of pull things. You're like, no, this is what I'm doing. So for example, in that introduction, tutors and students will introduce themselves. You can let them know you're going to share your name, your occupation, how long you've been practicing, if that's applicable, and if you're an MLER alum. In this piece, as we were talking, I realized there was something I forgot, which was adding those norms. So you want to make sure that you have established norms, which again would be have your camera on. Raise your hand if you have a question. Be open and collaborative, et cetera, et cetera. So I'll make sure I'll add that when we do our work so that you all have it. All right, if you'll scroll down for me, Candace. So the next thing for week 1, you'll be working on the schedule. You've got about 10 minutes to work through that. So you want to check to see which students actually have schedules. For that, you'll need a document of some sort. I always prefer to do things in Drive just so that I'm able to access it quickly and easily. Maybe just make a quick little checklist for yourself in Drive. Does this individual have their schedule, yes or no? And then that'll let you know who you need to get back with. Obviously, you document which students do and do not have it. And then here, the activity. You're going to explain the importance of why we do scheduling. If you have a schedule, if that student has a schedule, they can review it with you. And if not, give them this directive. You need to create and email your schedule to me by Monday the 17th. So that would be someplace where you're doing a check for understanding. Okay, so if you have it, people are going to share their schedules with me. If you do not have it, you need to email it and schedule it by the 17th. Really quickly, let's do a check for understanding. What did I ask you to do? And then you can have someone unmute and say, if we have it, we're emailing it to you. If we do not, it needs to be turned in by the 17th. Thank you. So that's something that shouldn't take, terribly long. And then next you move on to DIRAC. So if you'll scroll down, Ms. Smith. All right, so that's 6:20 to 6:15. What I've done here for the assessment piece is to just give you some videos or readings about these specific teaching moves. So that if you just need a refresher, you're able to go and say, okay, real quick, what is a chat for understanding? What is wait time? Why is it important? And so then here, you're gonna discuss each letter of DIRAC, and you're gonna choose one question, from an example, and then you'll have that question on the screen, and students can be cold called and they can respond verbally or in the chat. So that's also the other piece where you want to give people, well, we talked about the learning modalities, multiple ways of communicating information. Some people who maybe don't feel comfortable talking, that's their out. They can type it. And then for other folks, you provide that wait time and say, okay, this might be something that they would rather, share out verbally, especially when you do that cold call. So you could decide, feel free to respond in the chat or feel free to respond verbally when I give you, when I call your name. Let's see, I'm going to pause there because it's not a lot, but it kind of is. Any wonderings, questions, or concerns? Okay, this is one of those times where we'll do a reaction. Let's see, give me a thumbs up if this makes sense. If I don't see a thumbs up, I'm assuming I'm not communicating effectively. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. We have 100%. Thank you to everyone who took the time to follow that direction and give me a thumbs up. Okay, Candace, if you'll scroll down for us. Okay, so again, this is still just kind of framing out what that piece will look like. You can narrate, obviously make sure you are honoring different modes of communication. You can keep scrolling. Each week, you will notice that there is a highlighted portion under the topic. Whatever the highlighted piece is your focus for that week. As you move into weeks 2, 3, 4, 5, you'll see more of the things that you have taught, but obviously they won't be highlighted. But they'll be there just as a reminder, this is what I've taught, but this is our primary focus for this week. So then here, this is a 10-minute window. You're going to check to see if the students know the law verbatim. Students will give feedback to one another simply by stating yes or no. If someone says no, the student can follow up with some quick feedback, ways to receive feedback. So this is giving you options. You can use reactions like I've been doing. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Students can unmute themselves and say a simple yes or no. People can say yes or no in the chat. But what I would do is I would just choose one so that you're not having to kind of just be on the hook for all those different modes of communication. And then as you move forward in the weeks, you might decide, okay, we can use 2 at a time. But what you also want to do is ensure that students know when you say, okay, we're going to use reactions for this response, that they know what that means. And so oftentimes it's best to teach one concept at a time to make sure they can do it with fidelity. And then as you move through the weeks, that'll be something that you might just be able to call out and they'll be able to jump in and say, okay, I know exactly what it is what the expectation is. And then here, you'll ask each student to pull one law from the area referred to in the topic, and then you'll cold call and you'll decide which one of these ways you'd like to, again, get that cold call information. All righty, we'll scoot down. Once you get there, you're done. They'll all return to group. And then at the end of each week, you're also going to see that you'll have reminders. So remember, check in on your students before next week's class. Send those reminder emails to folks who do not have a schedule and remind them those are due on the 17th. Review your lesson plans for the following week. And then let Jasmine know if there's any issues or concerns. And then here is just a link that has a ton of teaching moves. So if there are things that you're finding that feel, kind of difficult or you need more support in, you can go to that list and kind of explore and see what might be beneficial for you. So we'll pause there. So before we move on to the activity where we are creating our own lesson plans, what are some things you all noticed when you looked at that lesson plan? Things you might, again, have questions about, things that might feel like they're helpful or not. All right, Patricia. And how do I say your name real quickly, just because I've said it twice, 2 different ways.
Just Patty is fine. I actually like how it looks structured. It has a pace, it looks like. I do have a question about when we're running law, I guess. So can we, and the answer is probably yes, but ask them to give us their schedule for the week that for Themis or Barbary, whatever bar exam for review they're using, to see what they've actually covered, subject wise, so we can focus on those instead of other random areas.
So they were told on Thursday to mimic whatever commercial bar prep they're taking, because some aren't taking it, but those who are, to mimic kind of the schedule. So if you're focusing on towards Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, then that's what your schedule should reflect, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or maybe you need an extra on Thursday, something like that. But yeah, their schedule should reflect whatever bar course they're taking. So I hope they're not going rogue, and maybe some might, but I told them to incorporate their Barbary schedule with making your own schedule. So that's what we were trying to kind of emphasize, that yeah, Barbary, Kaplan, Themis, they have their own schedules they want you to follow too, but really you need to make it your own so it makes sense to you. Because I don't know about everybody else, but I told them on Thursday that Barbary schedule scared the hell out of me. And I was like, there's no way I can do all this in one day. And so to kind of calm the crazies, that's the reason why we told them to kind of make it your own. So you pull from Barbary, whatever they're telling you to cover, you put that in your schedule, but then you make it so is doable for the day, right? Because I swear it's not enough hours in the day to get through that Barbary, or I don't know about Kaplan, and Brittany will probably, you know, get on me because I'll talk about Kaplan, but Barbary, it was insane. So their schedule should mirror that, and you can go, I know for Barbary, and Brittany, correct me if I'm wrong, for Kaplan as well, and if anyone knows for Themis, you can go on their website and look at their schedule for the session, and then you can see yourself kind of what the topics are and how they're covering it week by week. Does that make sense?
Yes, because I was just thinking, like, if we're running live, I'd rather not run something that they haven't seen yet in their program.
Okay. Yes, and so that's what the highlighted. I actually I only went through the Barbary. I know, don't get on me, Brittany, but hopefully they're similar. But that's the Barbary schedule for the week. So this past week, next week when you guys have them, they will have gone over Crim Pro and Federal Civ Pro that week. So every week we have on there what they've been going through, and we've added on each week a new topic. So that's what Megan was referring to, where it's highlighted. Highlighting is that new subject or that new topic that they got from the that week that will be added onto your lesson plan week by week. Does that make sense?
Yep, thank you.
Okay. Oh, Brittany.
I've got the Kaplan schedule, so I'm just downloading it now, and I'll have it available for tutors to upload so they can see what students that are taking Kaplan are, like what their schedule is. You know, Team Purple is amazing, Candace, and you need not to come for us.
She's so biased.
I love all of them. I tell everybody that they'll pass if they do the work, no matter what they take. But I mean, Team Purple all day.
Excellent. Any other questions before we get ready to move on to our small group work? Okay, so in a minute, we are going to place you all in different breakout rooms. You will have access to a lesson plan for a week that you will be assigned. And as you move through each component, you want to think about what it is you want to assess, what it is you want to see, and how you plan to do that. Now, what's nice is that each group is going to have their own set of learning styles. So think about the ways you learn best and what you think would be beneficial to students. Really quickly, let's do a check for understanding. But for this one, we're going to do a chat for understanding. So everyone is going to type in the chat what I said we're going to do for this next activity. Excellent. So I noticed that folks, some have very short answers. Lesson plans, yes. But we're going to go into those breakout groups. You will be working on lesson plans. You're going to write about what it is that you want to assess, and also how it is you plan to teach those segments. Okay. Thank you to everyone for placing your answers in the chat for understanding. All right, Candace, will you break us into small groups, and then we will send those, well, I guess we can put the link in the chat to let them know what lesson plans they'll be working on with their groups.
Oh, okay. Or I was going to do it right now. We could just say it. So if you're in room 1, you will be working on lesson plan number 2. So you can locate that in the toolbox, which is a link right to our tutor portal. Look for grade, I think it's called lesson plan, lesson plan week 2. If you're in group number 2, you'll be lesson plan number 3. Group number 3 will be lesson plan number 4, and group number 4 will be lesson plan number 5. Okay, and Megan and I will be jumping around, and Jasmine and Brittany will be jumping around if you guys have any questions. If you need to come back to the main group because you have maybe technical issues or anything like that, one of us will be there to help you out, or most of you all have one of our numbers. You can text us, whatever works best. But we will do the breakout rooms right now. Again, those the toolbox, the link is right there. And it's also, if you can't get to it from the link, It is located in the Tutor portal under your resources, and it'll be labeled lesson plan, okay, for the various weeks, okay? All right, I will break you out in break rooms right now. Hopefully this works. You know how I am, y'all, with these breakout rooms. See you in a sec.
Yay. We're glad to have everybody back. Is that just everybody's back, right? Feels like the group got smaller. I don't know. Yeah, it seems like it's smaller. Okay, so thank you to everybody. I was able to kind of pop in and see some of the work you all were able to do. We want to have a quick debrief. Curious to see how you made the template meaningful for you. You might have found that the timings didn't fit. You may have found that you needed to shift, certain types of content. So would anybody like to share out just a little bit about your process and how you were able to make the lesson plans meaningful for you?
I can go. So in our group, I think what was helpful for us was like being able to kind of talk it out in a collaborative effort, but also like we'll say like, oh, maybe they need to use buzzwords, and then looking down at the next part and say that probably is helpful in the next section. Like we could use buzzwords to assess, insert thing here instead of trying to squeeze it into this 10 minutes first. And so having a larger outlook on what it is that we need to accomplish for the evening. And then also making sure that we can kind of fit those into the section so that the students have a full learning experience during the day.
Thank you, Alice. Is it Alice or Elise?
It's Alice, like Alice in Wonderland.
Thank you. I see Jonathan's hand.
Yeah, we sort of discussed what we've seen work in the past and what has worked for us as students, and focused on a lot on things that we've seen causes some difficulty for students, particularly issue statements and the application, the analysis section.
Love that. So what I hear you saying is that you all were able to pull from your experiences to actually make this applicable and usable. Thank you all for working collaboratively in that way. Love that you're able to pull your expertise. It's incredibly helpful. Let's see, we want to do one from each group. Let's check in with group 4.
That was group 4, Megan. Jonathan was in group 4.
Jonathan was in group 4? Okay,
Yeah.
So then whatever group has not gone yet.
Group 2 or 3?
I can go. We did something similar to what Jonathan and his group did. We looked at the schedule. We kind of did a recap on things that we think about for our first session to kind of include in the fourth session. So that way the students can really get connected with all of us, as well as to ensure that they are ready to start talking about DIRAC and buzzwords.
Thank you for sharing. And then I think we had one more group. Was it group 2, did you say?
I can talk about it. So in our group, we talked about one of the main things was like grabbing an essay or using one of the essays that were used for the testing and talking about what the tutor saw as the issue and other general stuff that happened that could have been better. And then having the students jump in and talk about what they thought and what they saw, and also going through it and doing a full-blown DIRAC of that one essay so they can see how it works from one end to the other.
Excellent, thank you for sharing. Something that I neglected to mention, which is just like on me, but the group that I was able to pop into, they really keyed in on it. Week 1 is so critical, number 1, for establishing norms, making sure people really understand expectations, But then thing two is the relationship building. Part of why people in person used to do MLER is because of the community that you have wrap around you. My husband was an MLER. He was on the board. Like, we are still, I'm now have friends in MLER. I'm clearly not an attorney. For the last 10 years, there's a reason people join this organization and want to have mentorship and training from you all. And so the tricky thing about that is because we're in a COVID environment. So it is so important for y'all to really lean in and really create space to build relationship. If people feel connected to you, right? You don't have to know their whole lives. But if they really know you're invested in them and you care about them and you care about their voice, you're gonna have people that are willing to take risks. You're gonna have people that are willing to be more collaborative. And you're just gonna get the type of buy-in you need. People check out, people don't care about you, you check out. Y'all are on this call all day, but the thing that I noticed when everybody kind of like got on the call, y'all were laughing, you were smiling, you all were talking to each other. I was like, that's so nice, look at them. They like legitimately have relationship with one another. That's why you come back year to year as well, right? There's meaning here. So it's okay, like those times that we created are there to help you maintain a schedule. But if you find that you need to extend the relationship piece, especially week one, you find that there's some high needs there, don't be afraid to do that. We just want to really make sure we get the meat and bones in to that 7 o'clock mark. Does that make sense? Okay, if it makes sense or that feels okay, you might be a feeler versus a, thinker. Just put up a reaction for me. Let me know where you are. Does that feel good? Does that make sense? Does that sound right? Thank you. Okay, I got one feeler in there. Okay, we got some happy faces. All right, a lot of thinkers there. I love it. This is good. Okay, so what we're gonna do real quick is we're gonna transition and then y'all are gonna have lunch. Because if you're like me, eating is, I don't know, it's a pastime, it's enjoyable. But one of the things that I know people are dealing with COVID, with just trying to pass this bar exam, with life is anxiety. And so I want to teach you 2 mindfulness techniques that I have personally used myself, but that I also use with my students, just to be able to have something. Like if you notice that the room is tense, folks aren't with it, these are just 2 little things you can have in your toolkit to be like, you know what, let's just pause. We're gonna take a brain break, or we're gonna do a mindful moment. So if you'll go to the next slide, let me get my music going, because the other piece, like we said, some people are auditory, and you just need, okay. Give me a quick thumbs up on the screen if you are able to hear my music. Okay, excellent. All right, so this first breathing technique is called 4, 7, 8. It's going to help people relax. If you have any students that are struggling with sleeping at night, this is something that can help. They can sit. They can lie down. We do want to note though, this isn't the best technique to use if you're driving, okay? If you're not used to holding your breath for an extended period of time, can make you feel a little lightheaded. So, all right, we're going to breathe in through our nose. Breathe in, 1, 2, 3, 4, and hold for 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now breathe out for 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're going to get ready to do that again. Breathe in. 1, 2, 3, 4, and hold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Exhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And it's okay if you can't hold for 7. It's okay if you can't breathe out for 8. You do what feels comfortable for you. We're going to do that 2 more times. Breathe in and hold. And exhale. Here's our last time. Notice that I went from being auditory to just visual with hands. Breathe in. Hold. Release. So if you notice people really need to relax, or again, if somebody reaches out and says, I'm struggling with getting rest at night, this is something you can share with them. Our last one we're going to do, the next slide. You can go to the next slide for us, Candace. Thank you. No worries. This is called a grounding technique. And so at various points, I can be transparent. I have had anxiety in the last year. And so this one has been my saving grace. Being able to do something that's also not really obvious to the people around you, just to kind of help ground you. And so it brings your attention back to the current moment. And so what you're going to do, I'll read it first and then we'll do it, is you'll look for 5 things you can see around your space. Then you'll look for 4 things you can feel: cheek, your hair, jacket, table, anything around you. Then you're listening to 3 things you can hear, 2 things you can smell, and 1 thing you can taste. So we're going to start with 5. You're going to look for 5 things you can see. You may start. Now you're going to look for 4 things you can feel. Next, 3 things you can hear. You can hear the music. You can hear the sound of yourself breathing. You can hear the sound of my voice. Next, 2 things you can smell. Maybe there's something on your wrist. Maybe you cook something and that smell is lingering in the house. And the last thing is 1 thing you can taste. So you're just going to swallow. Those are just 2 simple activities that you can use. There are tons more if you'd like me to add them to the toolbox. But this is also a way that I have opened up my classroom, where instead of maybe doing a check-in to see how everyone's doing, because sometimes when you're doing a lot, you don't feel like talking. You know, you're gonna have a ton of talking to do in the session. Maybe we'll just do a grounding technique as opposed to a check-in to center us. And then I close with them too. So maybe you want to set aside 30 seconds to a minute at the end of the session. Say we're going to ground, do a grounding technique or do a breathing technique. To again, just center people and send them off in peace. Something that they can have to open and close. So if you do play music, what I like to do is just gradually turn it down so that it's not a hard stop. All right, and then we can come back to our main screen with everyone. All right, so for our time, just real quick, how are y'all feeling? Does that feel like something that is useful, something that had any value? And you can just emoji me. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. As you're coming back into the room, please feel free, if you did not get to have a full lunch, it is okay if you need to continue to snack and or eat. We are all adults, and it's okay. If you are back in, if you could just give us, hi, Jonathan, it's nice to actually see your face. Hi.
Hi.
Hello. Just give us an emoji if you're not quite ready to turn your camera on. Like, I know if you're still eating, you may not want people to see you doing that. But if we can at least have just some emojis, we know folks are coming back. That'd be great. Thank you. Thank you. For anybody who needs encouragement, I'm gonna snack. Look at that. So if you need to, it's okay. Thank you. Okay, it looks like we've got most of our people are back. All right, Candace, if you wanna.
Yeah, stretch it out, last stretch, home stretch, guys. Thank you again. I'm gonna say it all the time. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being here. We're at our last section that we're gonna hit, and maybe hopefully, Megan and I are very hopeful that we'll be out before 3, but don't hold us to that. So our next section, well, before we get started, let me remind you that there's a new kind of way we're gonna do tutor stipends for my veteran tutors. If you recall, we usually give you a weekly tutor stipend. And for my new tutors who didn't know that, surprise, hi, yeah, we give you a little something for tutoring, very little something, but it's something. So just a thank you for volunteering. So if my veteran tutors might remember that it kind of got a little hectic when we transitioned to this virtual world, trying to get you all through Zelle and Venmo and all that kind of thing, your money. So what we're gonna do is every session, Jasmine's gonna take attendance every session, so make sure she knows you're here. And she's going to, at the end of the whole session, after the end of the next 5 weeks, we will submit your total amount to the treasurer, and she'll do it that way. So you guys will get a lump sum at the end of the program instead of trying to do the weekly thing, because I know it got a little hectic. And as you know, well, some of you may know, Jocelyn is counsel at Chicago Public Schools. And so if anybody's been reading the news, you already know Chicago Public Schools is going crazy as always. And so our friend is working 24/7. She is working. So it's getting a little hectic for her right now. So I don't, the easiest thing we thought on her and for you all as well was to get a lump sum at the end. So we will be taking attendance, making sure you guys are here. And if you think we forgot or didn't see you, then you can email Jasmine and say, hey, mate, did you get it? But don't do that on a weekly basis. Jasmine is good with taking note of who's here. So if there's any questions, we can send you the list. I think Jasmine did that before, sent you the email of the dates that she saw that you were there. And then you can verify with her and make sure that we have everything, because we want you to get your money and we want to say thank you for all that you do. Okay, so that was our short little caveats all about that. Just want to make sure you all know, so you're not emailing us on a weekly basis. I'm where my money at. It's coming. It's coming. So for my new tutors, you will be getting a weekly stipend at the end. Like I said, it's Jasmine. Is it $30? I think $30 a week. Is that what it's up to?
For every
Okay.
session you attend.
Yes. Yes. So you will be getting that at the end. All right. All right. So let's get going. I'm going to share my lovely screen. I'm going to do what my friend Megan is teaching me right now. Thumbs up if you can see my screen. It looks okay. Well, wait a second, it's loading. All right, perfect. Thank you so much. So we're going to dive into what MLER is all about, and that is direct. So on Thursday, I told the students, and you're going to see, and whoever's, well, actually, we asked the group leaders to grade the first exam. That has not changed. So group leaders, thank you very much. Once you know that you are a group leader, but you guys can probably already guess who Jasmine and I have picked. You will be grading Thursday, this past Thursday's exam for the students. I did, and I will remind them tomorrow to give you guys a little extra time because you just will be getting the group assignments tonight. So that Monday timeframe won't apply this week for you all, to give you some more time to grade. But yes, direct is what we teach here in MLER. I told the students the first night just to try to calm down some of the, crazies and anxiety, that if they're not familiar with direct and they're more familiar with the CRAC method, or I don't know if they still do IRAC or whatever the methods they are teaching now in law school, then go ahead and do that. But I told them to put on their exam which essay writing tool they're using or method they're using. Okay, so hopefully they all put that on their exam so you know what to look for. You won't dock them if they don't have this direct method, because I just, on the first night, I do a quick kind of overview of direct. They'll get the more in-depth workshop tomorrow. So they will have already taken their exam, so they wouldn't have had that tool ready for Thursday's night exam. Okay, so I just want to let you all know that. Don't dock them for that, but you can dock them for whatever method they're using that maybe they didn't use. We also do have, I've already had a couple of students already email me saying that they didn't answer some of the question. I know this is our pet peeve because they didn't know the area of law. And I did explain to them again, please don't do that for future. We want to see what you know. And so, let us know what you don't know. We don't know what you don't know if you don't show us, right? And so I've explained that to the students that have reached out to me to tell me that. So as well, reiterate that with your small group. Write down something. We have to see where you are. And then you should also have an outline too. I told them to include their outline at the beginning of their essays, so you guys can review that. And I know you guys will reiterate that as well every week with the students. Okay. Any questions about that? Okie doke. I can't be, Megan, I'm going to work on that 7-second wait time. I don't know. I'm just so anxious. I'm like, that's too long. But work in progress. Okay. All right. So direct. This is the method we use in MLER. I believe everybody on this call has you're either an MLER alum or you've tutored with us before. If you're not, this will just be a run through. And if you need extra or have any questions about it, we can talk about that later, or you can reach out to one of the coordinators and we can delve deeper into it. But I believe everybody on here should be familiar with the direct method that we teach in MLER. So we will spend some time on it, but not a lot. As you all know, the letters stand for D is for decision, I is for issue, R is for rule, A analysis, and C conclusion. Now let's talk about the elephant in the room before we even keep going any further. There is no, and I still don't know why, it does not make sense to me. They are not required anymore to write an issue statement with their answer. They do not grade, it can be included, but it won't be graded for purposes of the bar. I think that is just crazy to me. And the board, we all agree that if you don't know the issue, how can you address the rule, right? To me, they go hand in hand. It's not the call of the question. It's not, just, oh, is this a battery or not? It's deeper than that, right? And so we're going to get into that in a second. But for purposes of MLER, and this was told to the students as well, we expect you to follow this method, okay? We want you, once after the workshop on Sunday, and I'll be reiterated, we want to see that you can issue spot. Issue spot is very important. So that's why we keep the I in direct. We don't do the CRAC method. We stick with the direct method, okay? They should do this every time that you all see the NPT and the essay, which is every Thursday night. You should see an outline of their answer. I told them, like I said, put it above your answer. It's fine. The lawyers that they will be, they have to explain that in the real answer, they're not going to have their outline there. We know that, but I just think it's funny that they felt like they had to tell us that. But you'll see that in some of the comments that the students want you all to know that the outline is just for you all, okay? And you all know that. So look at their outline, critique their outline, that is a part of it, and make sure that they're doing it every week, and make sure, again, that you are stressing direct weekly. Each issue is a separate outline. Even if it's in the same question, we do separate directs. If it's separate issues, then you need a direct, okay? We just don't dump everything in there into one direct. If there's going to be 2 issues in a question, then you need to direct separately. Antonio, I see your hand raised. Got a question?
Yes, I have a quick question on that note with respect to outlining.
Sure.
How does that affect the MPT? Because some students build their outline into their answer. Do they have to show their work for an MPT, or do they have to show their outline for an MPT?
I prefer that they do, so you can kind of see how they're organizing the answer. I know you are my MPT guru, but I think, and you let me know your comments or thoughts about this as well. I think it's good to see how they're kind of like taking all this information and kind of compartmentalizing it and trying to put it in like a good kind of way that we can actually understand the answer, if that makes sense. So I like to see kind of how their thought process is and how they're taking all this information and kind of put it in categories so they can make an effective answer, if that makes sense. Or your thoughts on that, Antonio? What do you think?
Just my quick thought is that for time constraints, that it will be duplicative if they have an outline and then try to copy and paste and do something different below. And so usually when I teach the MPT, I tell them that they can build their outline and build their answer into the outline. So it's not, you're not doing 2 separate things, but that's just only my feedback. I can try to work with what you're saying and see what the timing is like, but that's my only concern.
Okay. Thank you for that, Antonio. I appreciate it. Rachel, I saw your hand raised.
Yeah, I was just gonna feedback going off of what Antonio said. I also just I'm like, I don't necessarily need to see the outline. I want to see it built into the answer. And so I always tell the students, if you do your outline, I can tell that because I'll see your answer and I'll know you're outlining because your answer makes sense. If your answer doesn't make sense, I'm going to say, well, did you outline? And if you say, I don't remember, I'm going to take that as, no, I didn't outline.
Yeah.
But I can also work with it too. I just wanted to let you know that that's kind of how I usually do it.
Okay. You know why we prefer the outline is just so you guys can see kind of where their thought process is too. I know you can visually see that in their answer. Of course, that's going to be probably evident, but we want them to get into the habit, of using that outline form to develop their answer. So you can see like where they you might be able to see quicker in their outline before you even read the answer, where their kind of thought process is and where they're going to turn and go wrong, right? So like the rule is off, or the couple of facts they put in there are not the facts that they need to support the rule. You can see that quicker, I believe, in the outline form than you having to read the whole essay. I mean, you're going to read the whole essay, right? But you can already have that mind frame about, okay, this is kind of where I see they went wrong. Let's see how they work this out in their answer. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was just piggybacking off of Antonio.
But, yeah, no problem. I agree with Antonio. I mean, I think a lot of people do struggle with that outline and the way we kind of teach that, how to outline an MPT with that 4-block method, which we'll get into in a second. I think a lot of people struggle with that, with the MPT, but with the essays, I think it's a little bit more easier to request that they do that outlining before an essay than the big MPT, because Antonio, again, gives his great tips on how to kind of get all that information into a answer that makes sense. So with the essay, for sure, let's stick to that they need to have an outline for that, okay?
Can I ask a quick question for clarity on that point? It's supposed to be in person, right? The bar exam?
So far, yes. As of today, it's still in person. I don't have high hopes. But...
Well, I guess that kind of helps us out because some people may do a little scratch paper outline, I guess. So, okay.
Right. Right, yeah. So I don't know. And so I don't have, like I said, I don't have high hopes that it's going to stay that way. But you know, Illinois, they wait till the last second to be like, okay, it'll be virtual like before. So we'll see and keep you guys updated with that. I thought I saw Patricia's hand raised as well.
I was just gonna agree with I think it was Rachel and Antonio about the MPT, because there's so many times, there's so much like time constraint. And even I also do that. Like as I'm going through it, I have like a sort of an outline, and then I'll just fill in at the end, because it takes so much time to read everything and then go back and like redo everything.
Okay, no, thank you for the feedback. I just need to know that for sure, because again, let's be honest, some of the MLER methods they need to be tweaked, right? And so you all are my best, you know, Jasmine and I and Brittany, you guys are our best way at showing us as coordinators what we need to change as the students change, because the students are changing. The things that worked before, so the 4-block method worked back in 2007 when I took the bar, it might not be applicable now. So things that you all see that are not working anymore, and you have other advice or methods on doing it, and it gets the same result, I'm all for it. So yeah, if you all feel more comfortable, or you're seeing that the students are being receptive to not doing that outline for MPT, and I know the way Antonio teaches it is great, and so he's teaching them how to kind of put the outline in their answer, then that's what you're going to see. But for the MEE, we're still going to stress. I'm still going to stick with that. And you all, again, give us feedback at the, you know, in the program, during the program, if you're seeing that the actual outlining of the answer and showing you all the outline is helping and improve their essay form. Okay, Brittany.
Yep. So I will just make a note, even if it is remote, they did make a caveat and an exception for during the performance text section, students could use scratch paper. So that is just something to note, that students were allowed to have scratch paper. So it's not all virtual for the performance test section only.
Thank you, Brittany. That's right. I forgot all about that. That's right. Thank you for that. Let's see. Where are we? Direct outlines. Okay. So pretty much you all know this. Let's go on to the next. So how to explain a decision statement. So we're going through this because I really want to make sure that we all know how to teach direct. Is one thing to say that we require it, you got to do it, but how are we actually teaching them in your small groups how to do a direct? What does that look like? And that's why we're very much emphasizing this session that you all not only say direct, and when we say review direct, we actually want you to get into it. We really want you to actually have examples that you can actually direct an essay, at least, you know, every session you're, you know, showing the students kind of how to do it, not just saying it, but the how. So we found that these students are really, they need tangibles. They need not people just telling them what to do or just giving them feedback like that was great. They need to, like, you know, really know, like, well, you said it was great, but why was it great? You know, they need the why. You know, they really need you all to really get into the material, touch it, feel it, that type of thing, for them to really comprehend and understand. So that was kind of some of the feedback we were getting from students, that they'll be like, yeah, they told us to direct, but they didn't really show us how. And that, of course, that's not every group. That was just some of the feedback we got. So that's why we're going into it right now. So make sure that weekly in your lesson plans that will be in the tools on the tutor portal, that you guys are really taking. And I suggest definitely take the essay that they just did, the Thursday before, and direct it. You know, if it's MPTs, then show them how to do, incorporate the answer in the outline form that Antonio was talking about. And Antonio, I'm going to put you on the spot when we get to MPTs to talk about that a little bit more on how to do that. And so you can explain to your students, and go through the answer with them. And step by step, use your tools, use your whiteboard, use your share screen, use, like we've been talking about, reactions and all that kind of thing, the chat, all that type of thing, to really make sure that they're understanding what direct is and how to write an essay for the bar. Okay. So your decision statement, we're talking about that D in decision. So that is a single sentence answering the call or question. We all should know, because we've all passed the bar, yay, what decisions are, how to write one. And so I'm going to use one of my methods from my friend Megan here tonight. Probably going to mess this up, Megan. But
if you want, I can
go
help.
ahead.
Sorry, again, the baby's screaming even more now. My apologies. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to, the acronym DIRAC, we're going to cold call one individual for each of those letters. Now, we decided that we're going to have Candace do it because even though I'm sure you all are really connecting with my like Southern charm, the voice, the whole kit and caboodle, but we don't have relationship, right? Y'all just met me. So for better or for worse, I'm a stranger. But for Candace, it's kind of that piece again, just really wanting to model what we're hoping you'll be able to create in your online space. That because it is normalized, because you have relationship, it's not an I gotcha. It's just that space of you being able to share what you do know. And then if there are spaces that need more filling, then we could ask someone, can someone add on to that? But it's never to like put somebody on Front Street. It is always just about being collaborative and sharing what you know, because your voice matters. What you have to say and the knowledge that you possess, it's going to benefit the whole, and it matters. And we want to hear you. All right, so just prepare your hearts and your minds. You might be getting ready to be called, and it's okay. All right, Candace, so do you have your list of who you're calling for D?
I do.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
And the last thing is that when you do share, you're just going to share 1 to 2 minutes of what you think would be a clear explanation to someone, and pretend as if everybody is me on the call and they don't know the first or last thing about direct. Okay, so thank you. So 1 to 2 minutes of sharing.
Awesome. So I will do this. What we want to know is from Miss Andrea. I know you're like, oh my goodness, why is she calling me? I did. If you were going to explain to your students what a decision statement was in your own words, explain to us right now if you what a decision statement would be, how you would tell your students what that would be.
And Andrea, you can take some wait time if you'd like.
Thank you. So I would tell my students that it is the answer to the question as in most simple terms. I would emphasize that, it's, how do I say it? When they read the question, it should give them a sense of whether it's yes or no, or maybe some other form of a direct answer. And that's how they should think of it. This is the grader's first opportunity to determine whether they've understood what is being asked in the call of the question.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. That was great. Anybody want to add on to that, or let's do the emoji thing. I love this, the reactions, thumbs up. Is that great? Give a heart, yes, I love it. Awesome. So yes, I think that was perfect. Yes, that's exactly what it is. It's use yes or no. And you're answering the question. What is it? Is this a battery? Yes or no? Yes, this is a battery, period. Don't go on more than that. Don't give us more fluff. We don't need to know the rule in your decision statement. Don't put any, facts, specific facts other than, yes, Bob hit him, or no, Bob did not, whatever, something short and sweet, but nothing more than that. So that's exactly what it is. Short and sweet and to the point. If it's more than a sentence, something is wrong. All right, so our next, Valentine, you had a question?
Yes. So what if the call of the question gives room for equivocation? I don't know, probably.
Sorry, Valentine, my internet sucks. Say that one more time.
What if the call of the question gives room for equivocation?
Oh, see, so you have to either, what I tell students is you got to make a decision, right? The wavering you can maybe do more so when you're in your analysis section, where you can say, well, an argument can be made, blah, blah, blah. But for this purpose of the exam, you got to say, yes, it is this, or no, it is that. That's what they're looking for. And then you can show your lawyering skills, if you have time, in the application set, the analysis section of it with your facts. But, for the most part, make a decision, stick to it. and then go on from there. And that's where the outlining kind of helps too, because you might stick to the decision and say like, yes, I think it is a battery. I'm just keep using battery. And then when you're flushing it out through your issue rule analysis, you're showing like, oh, well, maybe I was wrong. And so that's where the outline comes into kind of flip-flopping that. But yeah, I tell students you got to make either that decision and stick with it. You know, I know it's probably like, well, maybe no. Stick with what you believe it is to be, and go with that. So yeah, I think analysis, if they have time to say, well, on the other hand, an argument can be made, because I see that in, you know, their model answers and things like that. That can be later for the analysis, but for decision, just say, you know, yes or no, if the question calls for that. Andrea, did you have something?
I just wanted to add that, you know, sometimes the answer won't be necessarily a yes or a no. And I remember being a student and being told that it would have to be yes or no, and that's how you answer the decision. And then it come across one that it couldn't be answered that way. So I would say also, like, have the students read the call of the question and answer in the way that it is asking. But you still make a decision. It's just the way that it's worded that may be different.
Okay. Do you have an example of something like that? I mean, offhand, I know that's kind of hard, but anything that comes to mind?
Not off the top of my head, but there were some essays that you could come across that it couldn't be answered yes or no necessarily in the decision statement.
Okay.
I don't know if somebody else has a thought, but
Yeah.
if you've seen them before, you know what I'm talking about.
I have. I can answer that, Candace, if I may. There was a question, I think it was a torts question, and the call of the question was, what rights has plaintiff against defendant? Which obviously you can't answer as a yes or no, but they were looking for, Patricia plaintiff has the right to sue David defendant for battery or breach of contract.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that makes sense then. Yeah, but even in Jonathan's example, it's still making a decision, right? You're still sticking to one. You're not saying, well, maybe, you know, these are the rights that I believe, you know, Patricia has against such and such, if that makes sense. So yeah, it might not just be yes, comma, blah, blah, blah. But if it's like state whatever the call of the question is asking you as far as answering, like, yes, I mean, or Patricia has these rights, then that's what I mean. Stick to that. Don't waver over, you know, what your decision may be. Does that make, I hope that makes sense. Valentine, did that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Patricia, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I was also gonna say there have been questions that I've come across where they're like, how much can someone or so-and-so collect in damages? And that's not necessarily like a yes or no question, it's a math question.
Right, which we are not mathematicians. Andrea, is your hand still up because you have a question, or that's just still lingering from before?
Oh, that's from before. Let me lower it. Thanks.
Oh, no problem. Just want to make sure. Okay, did I get I don't think I see anybody else. Okay, thank you all for that. That is true. So let's be real here, real moment. Like I said, I took the bar in 2007. So a lot of this stuff, you know, even though we put the exams together, and I have Brittany, my love, who did the exams this year, I'm a little bit removed from this. So thank you for bringing to memory these types of questions that are now coming up on the bar. So yeah, you guys are right. And I thank you all for contributing and giving me that feedback. All right, so we're gonna move on to issue. I don't know about you all, but the issue was my just horrible, it was the devil in disguise for me. It took me forever to figure out how to issue spot. I don't know if I'm alone with that, but yeah. So we do it again because the only way I was gonna figure out what the rule of law was is to figure out what the issue I was addressing. I don't understand how law schools and the bar expects people not to be able to use this tool or, figure out what the issue is and be able to effectively answer a question. So you're gonna get a lot of pushback from the students initially, of course, about issue spotting, because it's just one of those things that it's annoying and it's hard. I think it was hard for me to understand. So it might be difficult for some to teach. I don't know. But I will say that I was in a group where this young man, who I'm about to call him right now, so he already knows what I'm talking about, did a great job of explaining how he explains to the students what the issue is and how to get issue spot. And so Nathaniel, I know you knew I was gonna call on you. Can you explain to the group what you kind of said in the breakout rooms of how you tell the students how to better issue spot and what that is? Still here? Did I lose Nathaniel? Uh-oh, he might not be on here. He sure isn't. He knew I was gonna call on him. So, hey, Jonathan, if you remember what he said, because you typed it.
Yeah. So Nathaniel said that a great way to approach the issue is to look at your conclusion and recognize that part of your conclusion is going to have be a part of the issue. It's an element of whatever rule you're analyzing. So if the question is a battery question, or not battery, burglary, if the question is a burglary question, you know the elements of burglary, you know what is going to pop out from the fact pattern. And so the issue is going to be whatever part of the burglary rule is triggered.
Mm-hmm. Yes, does that make sense? Or being tested, whatever part of that burglary rule is being tested, that's your issue. That's how you're going to develop an effective issue statement. Does that make sense to everyone? Thumbs up. Or does anybody want to add to that, or how they tell their students what the issue statement is, or how to find an issue statement, develop one? Alice?
So I tell my students like to read the call of the question first, because it helps you get inside whatever box the bar test prep people want you to get inside. So you're not thinking about property when the question is civil procedure. And so once you get inside that box and you figure out what they're actually trying to ask you, your issue should be you trying to figure out what the problem is. Like, what problem do I need to solve? And so if it says you read it, realize it's property, and then you kind of like have gone along and you say, okay, this is a very nuanced type of property question, and then you can just use that and say whether or not this is adverse possession. And so then you can go on from there. And so I always try to frame it in, there's a problem here, I'm an attorney, how can I find a solution? Because that's my job.
Awesome. Oh, that's great advice. Yeah, and to get some thinking like an attorney, like they're going to be anyway. So you better start using those tools and that attorney muscle right now while you're studying for the bar, for sure. That's great advice. Anyone else? Okay. All right. All right. So yes, that I think both of those, Jonathan and Alice, thank you so much for sharing what the issue is. So yeah, to me, like I said, I had the worst trouble with that because I was like, I think I know the rule in the application, I can get that, but why can't I get the issue? If I get the rule, why can't I get the issue? So I told them on Thursday that I used to do issue rule cards for my outlining. So I would have my flashcards. One side would be the issue, other side would be a rule. I would get it from when I would do my essays or whatever and review my essays. And then whatever I got wrong or even right, I would do issue rule cards. So when I was commuting or when I had some kind of downtime, or I just want to do a review before I went to bed at night, I would look at my issue rule cards, and that kind of helped me try to issue spot. So you can suggest that to them as well. I don't know if anybody else uses that kind of method, but that's something else that you can share with them as well. Brittany, you had your hand up.
For sure. So I would just kind of capitalize on that because we've now heard how all of the letters kind of correlate and work together. So this is where we can really drive home how important die racking is, because if they feel weak in one space, then the others can kind of fill that gap. So even when you're dealing with the rule section, like you may not know necessarily what the issue is, but you can drill down those rules because some people learn that way. So if they can say, this is the negligence rule, it's a causation problem, and so this is how you determine causation, this is the particular exception that works with whatever facts I have, then you look at your rule statement, you're like, oh, that's the actual question that I need to answer. So I feel like breaking down direct and knowing that each of those letters, if you're really strong in one, you can find kind of the answer for some of the others within it.
True, definitely. Patricia?
Yeah, I was just gonna piggyback on that too. Like, for me, when I was studying, and we all know it's a headache. It's just a migraine that lasts 3 months plus because it doesn't really end. But I did start once I started reviewing and doing a lot more practice. You start seeing the patterns, and so I think that helps. And also, obviously, if you're going through it during bar review and also knowing the area of law, that also helps you like figure out what the issue is going to be, even like once you like a paragraph in, or even in the question.
True, definitely. Thank you so much for that. All right, so we're gonna move on. Oh, that's my little caveat. Remember, yeah, issue statements aren't graded. Okay, so our next R is the rule, right? So we're identifying the black letter law, should be verbatim, exact legal language, should only use applicable rules of law based on the legal issues presented. We're going to stress about buzzwords for you MLER alums, which I think is pretty much everybody. You know about buzzwords and how we stress that. Starts broad and then gets into being more specific. It's like what we always say, it's like a funnel effect. You start with, hearsay, here's the rule for hearsay, and then we kind of bring it into a funnel and get more specific on what they want to know from like the hearsay exceptions or something like that. I think I kind of just explained it, but I'm still going to call on Mr. Takambo. Are you still on here? I don't even know who's on here no more. I'm calling people not even here.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, awesome. Can you explain or tell the group how you kind of explain the rules section and how the students should attack that?
Yeah, so at least for me, I was similar to you, Candace. I had a issue statement or an issue and rule flashcard. And I was the type of person who kind of needed that. I needed to write it out and I needed to say it repeatedly so I know the rule. From what I learned in MLER is that your rule statement is like a funnel. It has to start off kind of broad, and then as you get down, it narrows, and then you get to a specific rule that relates to the issue or the subject at hand. That's kind of how I approached it. That's kind of how I advised students when I was teaching last session to approach it, because it kind of worked for me. So.
Right. Yeah. And that's that, that personal piece about your experiences, share your experiences if they're like the MLER experiences, but well, when we're teaching them, but yeah, definitely. I think that's perfect. Anybody else want to share, or is that pretty much how we're all approaching it? That funnel effect, I think we all kind of use that terminology, it's kind of like, overarching umbrella you have, and then you just funnel down, because you can't say start with the hearsay exception for, like, let's say business records, if you're not defining what hearsay actually is. So I think a lot of times the students get so excited, or they just like, oh, I know that, let me go straight to that exception I know they're teaching or testing me on, and let me just talk about that, and then forget that, no, you got to show the grader that you know what the actual rule for hearsay is. And so I think that's very important that we continue to teach them that you have to start with the overarching rule. And if there are exceptions to that rule, then that's when you start, funneling down and narrowing down to whatever the specific is of that question, what they're asking you. So thank you so much, Takambo. That was awesome, especially since you said you did the same thing I did. You're great. So we are moving on. Oh, and yeah, what's important also, relevant exceptions. I feel like the problem with this group of students, I want to say the problem with the group of students, but the issues we're seeing with these students is that they have a problem with relevancy. And so that's where they get tricked up and on the bars, that they just want to do a dump of everything they know, because either they get anxious or they freak out, or whatever the case may be. They just want to dump everything they think they know about this rule and put all irrelevant stuff, right? And you'll see that also in your analysis section. They want to dump and just bring facts from everywhere and just put it into one. And so really stress with them, stick to what's relevant. You know, if it's not relevant to the question, don't put it. Don't think you're going to get brownie points or gold stars or, you know, A for efforts because you put in, you know, stuff that doesn't apply. Stick to what's relevant. And the other thing is you only got 30 minutes. Like, who has time, you know, to be dumping all that stuff? You're going to lose time by doing that. So stick to what's relevant and put it down and then get out, you know, keep it moving. You can't just, you know, just file dump. That's what I call it, just dump everything you know. All right, so let's move on. Oh, if there are any questions, I'm sorry, Jonathan, go ahead.
So one thing that I found helpful was to say that essay doesn't mean essay, it means short answer. And that sort of got people to write more concisely.
Oh, I like that. I'm gonna have to, somebody write that up short. I like that one, Jonathan. I'm gonna have to tell them that tomorrow. Nice. And it doesn't mean brief either, or thesis, okay? Short answer, in and out is awesome. So yeah. And then we'll emphasize, you know, buzzwords as well. You know, we have a I don't know if any when you guys had boot camp, when you took MLER, you were able to, as a tutor, just look at how we do boot camp. But Marissa, who Jonathan and Antonio and Rachel, I'm going to get on because she didn't tell me she left the office, but that's side note. She does this great buzzwords game with the students, in which she's teaching them how to, you know, she'll give them a rule, and it's kind of, you know, they have to give clues in order to, the buzzwords clues, in order for them to understand what the rule is. And so that's another tool that we're teaching them, because I tell them, look, honestly, who knows, even though we say, yes, you got to know the Black letter law verbatim. Yes, that is true. However, the thought of learning every area of law and all the rules that come with it, who can do that? That is insane. So if there are areas where, you know, you're like, oh my gosh, you better learn those buzzwords, at least something, you know, that you can put on that piece of paper when you hear, you know, triggering words like contract, oh, offer acceptance consideration, you know, things like that. If you can't really remember verbatim every, you know, the, in, a, whatever the rule may be, you better have those, you know, those buzzwords in there. So when the grader, hopefully they're not really grading that deeply into your exam, because you're number, you know, 268 and they've been grading all day. They're looking for, okay, where's consideration, offer consideration, bam, done. You know, you have those buzzwords in there, those legal terms of art, and you just, hey, you make it work. Make it work moments is real. Patricia, you had a question?
Yeah, so it's actually about that. So since the rule, you have the bullet point that doesn't really have a bullet point next to it, should be verbatim. How much are we supposed to be like going on that? Because I know, like, when I started MLER, I knew some of the stuff, but like I didn't know the rules from, you know, verbatim everything.
You stress that when they're running the law, you want them to have it down verbatim. But if they're fudging through it, you know, that's what the students and you know, kind of help them through. Like, okay, we want you to know it. We don't want you to fudge through the rule. We want you to know as much as possible. But when it comes to, again, it's just a realistic moment for you all, that who can learn every single word, you know, every single rule. That's very hard. Yes, you need to know it, yes, but if it comes down to the point where you're like, I'm stressed out, I don't know, well, get to know those legal buzzwords, you know, get to know, you know, those main elements of, you know, like negligence, you know, you need these kind of elements in them, holder in due course with secure transfer property. It's so many, you know, kind of main things, you know, you need in that rule. That's when I stress that. But when you guys are running law, no, definitely stress, you know, you do need to learn verbatim, but, you know, when it gets down to it, if those buzzwords are important too. I hope that kind of clarifies. It's a balancing act. Let's put it like that. It's kind of a balancing act. Yes, we say, yeah, you gotta learn it, but I'm like, the realistic approach is, if you can't learn all of it, here's another tool where you can, you know, kind of supplement that. If that makes sense. Does that make sense, Patricia?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions about rule section or anything else? Okie dokie. So application/analysis. this was my jam. You know, I was like, oh, I can make something up with this. Let me use these facts to try to put something together, right? So this is what the application is about. And so I'm gonna call on another one of my good friends, because all you all are my good friends, but Shelly, hey girl, hey. I'm gonna call on you. Can you let the group know how you tell your students what the application is about and how to approach this section?
Okay, so when it comes to the application, I normally tell my students what do I normally tell them? So when I first started tutoring for MLER, I was telling them, like another tutor, Erica, she would say, you need to do like a ghetto prom date. So I started using that and I was like, I think that's a perfect way to go about it. So you know how you have a ghetto prom date where the girl, she has a red flower and the guy, he has a red flower on, you know, his chest. You know, you want to match everything together. You don't want to just restate, you want to marry them. So you want to, you know, make sure everything that you have in your rule matches everything that you have in your facts, and they end up being like a cohesive ghetto prom date couple. That's what I normally tell them.
I love that. That cracks me up. And I know which student you're talking about, Erica, is hilarious. So true. And I kind of use that analogy on Thursday too, about, I couldn't remember it was ghetto prom day. I was like, something with a prom, I don't know. But you have to marry your rules to your facts is what we told them. Yeah, so thank you, Shelly. I forgot that was the term we used, ghetto prom day. Everything got to match, matchy, you know, kind of like, what's that, boomerang? You got to have your mushroom belt with your mushroom shirt, mushroom vest. And they got to match. So yes, that was awesome. Anybody else have any more feedback or something they tell their students that they want to share with the group? Oh, Jonathan?
The word because, it's essential.
That's good. Yes, that is true for sure. Yes. Anybody else? Okay.
I always say, oh, sorry, I'm on a Zoom.
Oh, that's fine. Go ahead, Megan.
I always say if your rule and your analysis, if they're off, like one is way longer than the other, then like if you have something in your analysis that makes it longer, either you're missing a rule or you're adding something that doesn't need to be there.
That's good too. Yeah. Because if it's just a little off, that's one thing. But if your analysis section is this whole like thesis and your rule is like 2 sentences, yeah, something's off. You're definitely dumping too much into your analysis section that you definitely need to put more into your rule thought process, into your rule statements. So yeah, that is definitely good advice. And also, I also tell students too that if your analysis and rule, you think it just needs more because it just doesn't look right, rethink that, you know, because we're talking about what is relevant, you know, only put what is relevant in there. So don't think it's kind of like a size game, you know, like, okay, this is this much, and then this is just a little bit, you know, I know you can see my fingers, but you know, they think it has to look a certain way in order for it to be correct. And it's like, that's not true. If your rule is like, you know, 2 or 3 sentences, then that's it. And your facts are maybe 4 or 5. Good, get out, go, keep moving. You know, they always, I know I kind of did that too when I was a student. I was kind of looking at like, I think it needs a little bit more, it looks a little sparse, and it probably might have been, but you know, not all the time will that be wrong. You know, you might just been so concise that everything was in there that you need to add. So that's good feedback as well. Anybody else? Thank you, Megan, for that. All right, thank you all so much for that. We're gonna move on to our last letter, and that is conclusion. And then I'm gonna call, she is gonna hate me, but I love her so much, Natalia Moore. Tell me she's back with the program. So Natalia, tell us how you tell your students about what a conclusion is.
You're right, I'm gonna hate you for this. About what the conclusion is. Well, it's so for instance, I'm trying to get my thoughts and stuff together. It basically, I tell them it sums it up. It sums up what you're saying. It should be
definitely be decisive, and it should definitely coincide with the rest of what you're saying. It shouldn't be. I had a student, and this is rare, but I had a student where it was basically it was off track. Everything else said one thing, and then the conclusion. And I said, well, it should definitely be concise. It should state exactly what you're saying, but it has to be consistent with what the rest of your analysis.
Perfect. Yep, definitely. That was great, Natalia. Thank you. Don't kill me. Yes, that is true because, and that's the beauty of outlining, because I actually had a student who did not outline. And so their decision statement was yes, blah, blah, blah. And then their conclusion was no. And I said, well, clearly you didn't outline, because if you outline, you would see that above you put yes. And then your conclusion said the complete opposite. So yeah, it's important that, first of all, your decision and conclusion are the same. And then it's just simply plus why, the decision statement plus why. Yes, this is a battery because, Tom hit Bob, whatever it may be, just get in and out. Okay. Anybody else? Just one more person want to add on to that? If not, we'll move on so we can be conscious of time. Okay. All right. So MPT, this is what I'm going to call on my MPT guru, Antonio, to help me out with this. And Antonio, please feel free, and anybody else, of course, not just Antonio, whoever wants to chime in on this. But the MPT is what they take first. This is the first thing they see when they sit down to take the bar. 2 MPTs. Wow, the graders are wrong for that. To do these 2 big old tests right when they sit down. But answers should follow the format requested. Antonio does a great job of really focusing the students in on, you have to answer or do the format in which they're requesting. If they're asking you to do a closing argument, don't do an opening. If they're asking you to do a will, don't do a memo. You have to, and I didn't know how many students really struggle with listening and following directions. I even see that when they apply for the program, I'll say, I need, such and such, and they're still giving me something else, like the Gmail. I'm like, give me a Gmail address, and they'll give me a Yahoo. And I'm like, I said, okay, that's fine. So yeah, so just he does a great job at having them really look at the question. Follow direct structure, or I'll let Antonio talk to that later about the structure that kind of he tells them. Answers should be graded on a 6-point scale. It's still 6 points. This big, I know, massive MPT is still graded on just 0 through 6. And it's worth 20% of the student's final score, so 10% each. So it is a points grabbing section if they allow it to be so. So the MPT, as most of y'all know, because we have taken it, is 90 minutes for each MPT. Like I said, this is a point grabbing, right? Everything they need is right there in the MPT. They don't have to think about the Black letter law, what is it verbatim? They don't have to think about that. They don't have to, do anything else but read this MPT. And then pretty much, I think this is one of the better parts of the bar exam, is that it actually shows the examiners how they kind of think like a lawyer, how they'll act like a lawyer and think like a lawyer, how they analyze like a lawyer. All of that is kind of given or shown through the MPT. So I know Antonio, again, I'm just going to keep talking about him because he does such a great job, really tries to stress to them, like, this is where, you can really shine, show what and he does a great job of showing them how to break down, the library, the case law, there is debate, even between me and him. Do you go to the library first or do you do the task memo? And I'm like, I do the task. And Antonio's like, no, I do the library. And we tell them it's whatever is best for you. If knowing the law is, will help you frame when you go back to the task memo, then do that. If knowing what your task is first will help you first before you know the law, then do that. It's no kind of right or wrong. And I think the students really try to find, like, there's some kind of, only one way to get to being successful at a bar, which we all know on here is not true. We've all had our own different paths on how to take this test and how to attack it. And so, you can share those things with them, but, as long as they're doing the task, that's what we care about. So we talk about that. Okay. Again, this is the breakdown. It's and Antonio, let me have you talk to this about, I can't remember, I'm so sorry. Do you do the 45 split when you tell them how to do their timing with the MPT?
Yes.
Okay.
I just break down additionally the first 45.
Okay.
So I tell them that they have 5 minutes to start out reading the task memo so that they fully understand what the task is calling them to do. And that 5 minutes is important because they're going to be sifting through a lot of information and they need to have a firm grasp of the directions first before they proceed forward. And then I tell them that they have 35 minutes to read through the full entire thing. That's the library and the file. These are guidelines. This is the bar exam, so this is just a guideline for them to use. The first thing that they need to do is put the time down on their paper and document where they are, but try to stay within those guidelines or those marks. And then from there, you have 45 minutes to write and then 5 minutes to review your work product. Again, they're guidelines. If you go over a minute or two, that's fine. If you go over 10 minutes, just know you need to make it back up. But you shouldn't be going over 10 minutes. But yeah, I mean, and like, you're right, the debate, should I start out with the library first or the file? And I don't tell students either way because students learn differently. And the biggest debate that I have with another person who's not here, her name is Crystal, is how do students learn best with studying for the bar exam? I believe you learn best by reading your notes. She believes that students learn best by doing the MBE questions. Do 5,000 MBE questions and you got it. So I don't have any, I just want to make sure that you're grasping information. So same thing with the MPT.
Awesome, yes. And I know he also stresses that you need to get through as many as possible, see as many MPTs and encourage your students definitely the different variations. Now there aren't so many, but still get through them, do as many as you can. I know there was a resource book, Antonio, I think that you recommended to them as well. And the other great thing that Antonio gives them is templates, the different templates for the different versions of MPT. So they have that he gives them. And I stole your word, golden nuggets that he gives to them. And I love it. So they'll have that with them after they take their writing clinic tomorrow. So they'll kind of know what the format is. Now, so here's another debate about the 4-block outline. So we were before, and when I say we, MLER was saying that, okay, in order to kind of, get through this material and have some sort of like a outline, like a direct kind of form of outline for the MPT, because of course, direct really is kind of harder with the MPT and how they're asking you to formulate questions. But this was kind of the way that we were trying to teach students to do it. So, each box is representative of each section of the MPT. So in your task memo, we just asked them, okay, put down what it is. What are they asking you to do? Are you doing a memo for a partner? Are you doing, a memo for, Joe Small on the corner or whatever, you're doing closing argument, whatever it is. Put that there so you can have that as a reference. And then when you go through your file, go through that, see what you have. Do you have statements from such and such? What do you have, receipts? Do you have whatever the case may be? Put that as bullet points in your file. And then in your library, same thing. What's your case law? What's it about? And not saying no whole type, long paragraphs, dissertations on what the case law is, but short. You can put like whatever the case law is, Sam v. Jones or whatever, and say either yes, this is good for me, or no, it's bad for me. Whatever argument you're making, you could do something like that, or whatever the holding was, or was it reversed? Is it good? Whatever the case may be. Does it support or not support what you're trying to say? And then your outline. That's what we're telling them, kind of do kind of a direct method if you can, kind of outline like what are you going to do as far as like, if it's a closing argument, sometimes in a task memo, sometimes they give you kind of like a template or how they want you to formulate your answer. And so your template, if you have one, should be in your outline. So make sure that template is there and you're following whatever directions they have you to do, follow. And then Tony, I'll have you speak to this. Have you noticed that like the students, it's a struggle, I feel like, with that task memo that they always forget, and other tutors, of course, can comment to this, that they forget that they have to follow the directions given in the task memo and they kind of go off on their own sometimes. I don't know if you experience that.
Yeah, they get lost. They get lost. And that's why that 5 minutes is there for a reason. make sure you understand it, write down what you need to write down before you move through it. I'll open it up to any other tutors that may have to shine light or educate us all on their expertise.
Anyone else? Oh, Patricia?
It might be helpful, especially when they tell you like, this is the format we want you to follow. Sometimes the formatting is all the way at the end. And I had that happen one time. I got through the entire thing. I was like, oh crap, this was actually included. And so like, I should have looked through it, within those first 5 minutes, like look at it and just leave through it just to make sure that there's nothing else that I'm missing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the thing that I always stress that should give students comfort is that they give you the exact structure of what you need to do in the MPT, whether it's a memo, the memo is right there, the second page when you turn it, or if it's a wheel, they give it to you. So sometimes it's just making them realize it and go through it step by step in their review session.
Yeah. And Antonio, can you talk to how you kind of suggested or tell them how to do the outlining of the MPT? You were talking about you making more like the outlining in your answer. Can you talk about that real quickly?
Yeah, if it's a memo and they want you to discuss part A and part B, you need to know what part A is. So you type part A out already, and then you type part B out already. And they'll tell you not to discuss something. So maybe you want to put a quick note in there, not to discuss this. And you'll have those words right there in front of you, but you need to be able to answer basic, simple questions. Who am I? What is the main issue? Is it a contract issue? What is the main legal argument? And that's where the debate goes. Well, then, all right, once I understand that we need to analyze some labor and employment thing, what is the labor and employment issue? All right, let me go to the library, let me understand it, then go back to the file. But yeah, that's where building the outline comes in, because after you have part A and part B out, you may want to go to the library and understand and break down the rule under part A, the rule for part B, and then jump back to the file and start putting those facts in there.
Awesome.
Some people do that. I do it. Some students are great. They have a great memory. They can go and grasp all the information throughout the file and then, just start applying it. Me, I forget it. And you don't know which the significance is. Well, yeah, I'll save all that talking for tomorrow during the MPT clinic, but yeah.
Those golden nuggets, yes. But that just goes to their learning styles too. What's best for you? Like you were saying, like some people can just see it and memorize, that's a visual thing. I feel I pick on Natalia because that's my co-lead. I feel like that's how she is. Like she can see something and remember case law. I go to her all the time. I'm like, what case did that come from? I couldn't even tell you, right? Because she can just memorize it like that. Other people like me, I got to touch, feel, I got a multimodal, I think it is. I can do everything in order for it to stick. So yeah, it just goes back, to their learning style. How do you learn best? And that's what we are going to stress with them. So we're going to move on unless there's any questions. I want to be mindful of that because that's what Megan taught me. Okay. And we're going to go on to the feedback portion of today. So when we talk about feedback, we're talking about the grading, okay? So let's kind of talk about this real quick and how we're going to talk about grading. So as you all know, everything is 0 through 6. It used to be, 1 through 5. Now we can get zeros. Woo, I know that's mean to say, but some people just deserve zeros. It's just a real talk. And others, hey, I've seen, I think last session, I saw quite a few students were getting like 4s and 5s, and I was completely blown away and jealous because I don't think I ever got a 4 and 5 when I was taking MLER myself. So that is great. But yeah, it says a 6-point scale. Effective grading takes time, okay? Especially for my new tutors who are on here today, who haven't done it yet, but maybe we're on the other side. First of all, congratulations to you all for passing the bar. I usually say that up front. I apologize for not saying that, but it's gonna take some time to get that. To understand kind of your flow on how you're going to grade, because again, we want to get valuable feedback. We don't want to just say, yeah, that was good. Yeah, you got that issue. Yep, that was the rule. Or no, that wasn't the rule. It should have been contract. Well, contract what? Like, what did I miss? What? Give them some more kind of information to help them along the way, and not just say kind of, very general terms on how, how they did. Okay. So make sure you're reading the actual question and the answer. This is what I used to do. I used to read the question and the answer, and then I would look at my students' tests and go from there, right? And sometimes I would have to go back and be like, oh wait, did I miss something in that answer? Because they put something here. But yeah, as we all know, that model answer is ridiculous, right? That's somebody who had like hours and hours to actually write an answer. We know our students only have 30 minutes. So, you know, given that, make sure they have everything in there. But don't do this. What I hate is that you give them, like I said before, an A for effort. No, they need to earn every single point. Okay, don't give them one because you feel bad, or you know, you're like, oh well, I mean, they tried. I kind of know what they were saying. If they didn't say it, then you don't get a point for it. Okay, so you know, it's not time. You know, you can handhold after you give them a grade, that bad grade you're gonna give them. You can handhold them, but when you're actually grading, just be as honest. Just be honest with them and where they are, because what we told them is kind of what Megan was saying. We're here to fill in the gap. So if you don't show us what you don't know, we can't help you. Okay, and we can't help them by lying to them and saying, "Well, you're almost there. I think I know what you were saying, so I'm gonna give you that point." That's just setting them up for failure. And I always say that I believe our graders, our tutors are definitely harder than the bar graders. And I think that definitely works to their benefit, because when they get to the bar and their graders are like, oh, okay, whatever. Yeah, you're welcome, right? So I applaud you all for that. Definitely make them earn every point, and don't feel bad about it, because they need to. It only benefits them in the long run. Rachel, you had a question or a comment?
I had a comment. So I am one of those really hard MLER graders, and I got a lot of pushback last session, to the point where they were like, I'm getting all these 4s and 5s from the Barbary people, and you're giving me like 2s. And I was like, well, I gave you a 2 because of X, Y, and Z, and I explained X, Y, and Z. So be sure that you're explaining why you're giving them the grade that you're giving, because it helps you when they start giving you pushback.
Yes, definitely. You have something to support it with. Like, well, see where I told you, this is where you missed. This is why you didn't get that point. It's because of that. So yes, I agree. Thank you, Rachel, for that comment for sure. Patricia, you had a comment?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, but be nice, you know, because it's already stressful. So
oh, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah. Definitely. Yes, definitely. We're talking about constructive criticism. We're not saying you're dumb, you can't pass. Like, what the heck were you thinking? You need a plan B. Yeah, no. You might be thinking that, because let's be honest, I've graded some and I was like, ooh, I don't know about you. But you don't put that down. You say, hey, this is where you need to improve. Maybe you need to review this section of contracts a little bit more, spend a little bit more time this week, and give them that kind of tools too. Like, hey, why don't you spend a little bit more time this week on this section of the law, you know, of property or whatever. You're missing that. And I think a little bit more practice, maybe doing some more essay questions or MBEs in this section will be more helpful. Make sure you're reviewing, you know, stuff, that kind of constructive criticism. Yeah, definitely. I know, Patricia, you're new to being on the tutor side. Congratulations for passing the bar. But yes, my tutors know we don't play. We don't get that nasty stuff. And if that was done to you, Patricia, you let me know, because I will go back and talk to that tutor. But definitely here at MLER, we do not definitely want to do that at any point, because again, we all know that feeling. We all know how it felt to be in their shoes as taking the students or sitting for the bar. We know how that felt. And we don't want to put on any more stress, but we still want to be honest with the students and give them constructive feedback that will help them along the way. Alice, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I didn't do MLER when I was taking a bar. And so when I first started tutoring, I didn't really know like what everybody expected, or like how hard or how nice or whatever the case may be. But essentially it helps you to flex those muscles when you are a new tutor, to say like, this just isn't right? Like, because your normal inclination is to say, okay, it wasn't right, but I see what you said, but like, you have to just go ahead and do it, because the students just went through law school. Like, they understand, and 9 times out of 10, when you talk to them about it later, they know that they didn't really do it right. Like, they'll try to like put at the end of the essay, like, I didn't really know how to do number 4. And you're like, yeah, I know, but you have to ask for help. And so I would always sandwich my constructive criticism in between 2 nice things. So I would be like, you did a really good job at this introduction with your decision. The analysis needs some work. This is the analysis that we were looking for. Please refer to your essay answers. And then I would put at the end, but I do appreciate you working on your outline. I've seen from last time that you did X, Y, and Z. And then also I would just call my other tutors. Like Rachel was the lead tutor one time when I was when I was a tutor, and I was like, is this student also, are you having a hard time with them also? Like, is this a consistent thing or is this an outlier? Like they just had a bad week. And so just so you can get some confirmation that you're kind of not going crazy, because after reading an NPT 6 times, you are not sure if you just read a really good one the first time and now the student is just okay, or if they, kind of not on the ball.
Yeah, definitely. That's great advice as well. And also going back to kind of what Megan was talking about earlier about building those relationships with your students as well. So if you know a certain student might not be so, receptive to, hard love. Some students are. Some students have asked me, put me in a group that will give me that tough love or give me that, in your face, not in your face, but, will be on me 24/7 because that's what I need. So if that's that type of student, then you should be comfortable in giving that type of feedback. Again, not being negative of any sort, but just knowing how your students respond is another thing. And you'll know that when you're doing your calling to your students, when you're checking in on them, when you're in small group with them, when you're constantly communicating with them, you'll kind of know where their headspace is and how far you can go. Because some people you can go a little bit farther and say, look, girl, or look, now or whatever. And some, they wouldn't be receptive to that. But it's just about building those relationships when you get in your groups and learn your students too, but always being, constructive, never being negative, never putting them down, never feel like they are not going to pass. We never want that to happen or them have that feeling. And if you have students, and just side note real quick, if you have students who feel like they're on the edge where they're just like, I think I should just not take the bar, I'm done. We never want to be the ones to make that decision for them. Continue to encourage them to make, their own decisions. And maybe you might feel the same way too, but we never want to tell them that, right? We never want to be like, well, yeah, you should just sit down. You want them to make that decision for themselves. So continue to encourage them to continue to give them good, positive feedback, constructive criticism as much as you can. And then if they make that decision on their own, then they make their decision. Just say, hey, we're here to support you either way. But we're never going to be like, yeah, girl, you need to sit out because what you're doing right now is not it, right? So we never want to do that. Rachel, you had your hand up again?
Yeah, I was just going to add that one of the ways I have found to be really good constructive feedback is like, if I think I know where what they're trying to say, I'll suggest in the comments another way to write it to actually say what they wanted to say. Because then it's not you writing it for them, but you're giving them a better example than necessarily the model answer, because the model answer has been edited. They take their time to write it. And so you're able to pull from, oh, well, this is how I might have written it had I gotten this question on the bar.
Awesome. That's a great advice. I like that. Great. Jonathan?
Yeah, I just have a quick question about something that I've struggled with in the past as a tutor. I know that the point of having them do essays in subjects they don't know is to help them with that oh shit moment. But how do we how do we adapt our grading and commenting for an essay in which it's clear that they answered it incorrectly because they didn't know the rule? It's not a style issue, like their direct is perfect except for the fact that it's wrong. How do we adapt our grading so that we're not just repeating the model answer?
Yeah, that's a good question, because a lot of them are going to have that oh-ish moment right in the beginning of MLER. And so what I say to them is, looks like you might have that moment right now. This might have been your and hopefully I'm right, because they're like, no, I actually knew this. Like, well, actually you didn't. But I would make that a comment like, this looks like this might have been your, your oh-ish moment or whatever. So this is how, some tips on how to better grasp. So I would even, point out like, maybe in their fact pattern, like, okay, this is where kind of the issue came from in this section, or, this is how you could have, grabbed the rule based on the facts you were giving. Kind of give them tidbits like that. Like you said, not so much saying, well, just review the model answer, but if you can look at the question yourself and kind of analyze for them, kind of like, okay, this is kind of where your mind should have been at when this, came up, or if there was like a red herring in there that they got caught up on, be like, well, see, that was the red herring that you didn't notice. However, and go on like that, if that makes sense. So I kind of just pinpoint like, okay, I see where you could have got, stuck on, or where your mind could have went another place. But here, let me focus you on what you should have been looking at. And these are kind of, some factors that came into play on how, you could have got to the correct rule, and how you could have analyzed this better, or something like that. Does that make sense, Jonathan?
Yep.
Okay. Brittany, did you have something to add on to that?
Yeah, I was going to add on to that. Just, I know in my experience, I saw that a lot in the last cycle. And I think that part of being virtual and knowing that you're going to a virtual bar, like just with all of the changes that have happened in the mindset shift, that happens a lot, especially for our repeaters. And so I would say that acknowledge it for sure. Adapt that and make sure that you acknowledge, okay, it seems like memorization may have been against you here, or the knowledge of the rule was against you here. I would say always acknowledge it. Don't let it kind of don't sweep it under the rug. Don't tiptoe around it. Acknowledge that, okay, it looks like the issue with this essay or this performance, or well, essay, because you don't have the rules for performance test. But the issue with this essay was your knowledge of the rules. I get it. It's early. We're gonna help you with memorization techniques. But yeah, absolutely, always acknowledge it. Make sure that that is one of the factors that you mention in your grade, but also kind of do the sandwich effect. Find things that were great that they can continue to do well, so that it's not, okay, you didn't know this. Great. So yeah, I would say just sandwich it. Find some compliments. Find some things that they did well, but don't tiptoe around it. Just, we get it.
Yeah.
You didn't know this one. That's okay.
And maybe sometimes it's hard. It'll be hard to find things they did well. Let's be honest. You'd be like, I just said like, thank you for attempting to even put something on the paper. That's just something, to give them.
Right.
So they're still feeling encouraged, because again, some people like I said, some people like tough love. And they're like, you can give it to them straight. Other people are just like, I still, they waver. They're like, oh, we all need that encouragement at times, right? Regardless if we want tough love or not. We still all need that kind of encouragement. So always, doing that, I think, is important as well when you guys are going. And if it's not reflective in your grading, let it be definitely reflective in your small groups, where you're continually giving that that encouragement and that push. Patricia, you had something, and then we'll move on to the next section.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, I think the good thing about when you don't know the rule and you're trying to make something up is that that's going to happen at some point in the bar exam. I know it happened to me, where I was like, what is this? And you just make something up to fill it in. And if you're lucky, I mean, I think towards the end, you kind of know a little bit about everything. So you're able to piece things together, and hopefully one of those will work. And I don't know if not knowing is necessarily like a horrible thing, because that will happen at some point. But obviously you want to know as much as you can going into the exam. So.
For sure. Yep, that is definitely right. Okay, let's go on. So this is our scoring guide, okay? We made a couple of changes to it, just not too many, but just to make it more specific of how to kind of tell the difference. Because for me, it was kind of hard when, 5 was the top, now 6 is. It's like, what is the difference between really a 6 and a 5, right? So 6 is definitely right. Completely knowing you got this down packed. You almost look like the model answer. Are you sure you didn't cheat? No, I'm just playing. But we did have a student like that who, and it wasn't a repeater, who just knew, and their answer looked just like the model answer. So I kind of had to be like, I didn't want to question nobody because I don't want, but I was like, side eye. But no, this person just knew it, just knew it cold. And so it was awesome. So your 6 looks very similar to that model answer, right? Your 5, you're just a misstep, right? So you have a robust understanding of the facts. You recognize and analyze the significant issues and the relevant law. But it's just a slight, just a misstep. You're like, oh, you could have, but you have a very good foundational understanding of what this question was asking. Number 4 is kind of like, you're fairly there. It's not a full complete, but it's a fairly complete understanding of the facts. you analyze and recognize most of the issues, but not maybe all the areas of law or all the issues that were there. But you know, it's a fair assumption. So you're there kind of you're not a 3, you're not halfway, but you're a little bit above a 4. You know, a little bit more than just half of what they were asking you. And then a 3 means that you understand the facts, you're recognizing most again of the law, but you're failing to analyze the issues that were presented. So again, this is like your average person that, you know, maybe, and it's not always, you know, fail to completely analyze the issues. Maybe you didn't analyze all of your facts or use all of your facts correctly. So these can kind of be interchangeable where, like, let's say you didn't have all the areas of law that you should have had, but you had most of them. That's something, you see what I'm saying? It could kind of be interchanged on what part of the direct that they were missing. So this is kind of like an average in between, right? Because we're 0 to 6, here's your middle point is 3. And then from below 3 is just like, you know, you know, you have a weak understanding of the facts, you're missing issues, and the law is just, you might know like one part of the law. Let's say you just said what hearsay was and didn't put in the exceptions that they were testing. That's something like that. But at least you said hearsay, you knew what area of law we're supposed to be in, but you know, you didn't put everything that needs to be in there. You don't use your facts correctly. You know, you're drawing in on something that wasn't, maybe sometimes even assuming facts that are in there. I know maybe some of you veteran tutors can attest to that, where, you know, you have students who would just assume stuff. And that's the time where I had to go back to the question, like, was there a Bob in this question? Did he do something that I missed? It wasn't no Bob. And then they just made him up, like assuming Bob did throw this water on Jim. Like, no, we're not assuming anything. You're gonna stick to what the question says. So, you know, someone like that. And then the 1, that's kind of the same thing. You're assuming facts again. You don't know, you're not really good at analyzing the facts given. You're making a lot of assumptions, or you're just using facts that aren't even relevant. You're missing the issue, and then you just don't know the law at all. And then of course the 0 is just, you just didn't do nothing. Either you didn't respond at all, which some of you all will see when you grade for the group leaders. You might see from Thursday's 9 exams, like I said, I got a lot of emails that said, well, I just didn't, or they're timing issues right now, right? Let's put that out there as well, is that, you know, they're having issues with getting through the NPT. So I will put that out there for this exam 1, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Brittany, it was 1 NPT and 1 essay. So either they got through the NPT and didn't get to the essay, or they did some of the NPT and some of the essay, or what, you'll see some kind of variance with that. But it's a timing issue. A lot of them have already said that they've had issue with timing. So yeah, 0 is, I think 0 and 6 are the easiest to kind of, you know, be able to score. But when you get in between like a 1 and a 2, a 4 or 5, to me that gets a little muddy. 3 is, you know, just you're straight in the middle. They've got some of this, some of that, but not everything together. So that's kind of how our scoring guide looks. Are there any questions about the scoring and how that looks, or how you should attack scoring? Any comments?
And to help, just to make sure that we like honor our times, we can make sure y'all finish at 3 o'clock. Yeah. There's an activity that we're going to have you do. You're going to use this scoring guide to help you rate the responses that the students give. I'm going to put that in the link, but you are going to read the question and rate the responses based on that scoring guide. If you want, Candace, you can keep that scoring guide up.
Oh, okay.
Yep. And then once that 15-minute window is up, we'll share out to kind of see if you all have kind of that like inner rate or reliability, see where you all are scoring the students. So let's see. The link is there for the question and then the student responses. You may need something to write with or to write on, unless of course, obviously you're able to type, but this is a PDF doc. And let us know if you're not able to open it.
I just see a list of stuff.
Let's see.
Oh, no, that's not it. the secure transactions.
Let's see, Candace, will you give us that link? It must not be letting them into that classroom link for some reason.
Let me stop share.
And it might be easiest if we just pull it from the drive instead of from our Google Classroom.
Okay, I can do that. Okay, and that was the scoring guide. You know what, Megan, that is included in the slide. So I don't have a separate doc for yet for the scoring guide.
Got you.
That might be.
If I download it, I can put it into a doc, I think. And then I'll make a separate link real fast.
Janelle, I know what you're talking about. It's not the grading sample. That's something different that we're about to do right now. The scoring guide would be a separate document. We just want you to have that up. But if you all have the Google Classroom up with the Tutor PowerPoint in there, maybe you just have to score. If you need it as a reference, the scoring guide, that would be in the PowerPoint slide that we're going through. And that's slide 44. Were you able to do it, Megan? No.
Let's see if this works.
Okay.
Open
Put
that.
a new link in there.
It's not the PDF. Like now, it's just a doc. But
oh, okay. Jonathan, were you able to pull that up?
It says access denied.
Technology.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, that one it says
I'm
you
gonna
need
try
access.
one more thing. Y'all count to 30.
Right.
All right. Let me know if you can open. Oh, okay. I'm seeing some anonymous animals popping in. And
There
not
we
called
go.
it says hippo and all that stuff. Okay.
Works.
Because I'm looking at our time, Candace, just to make sure. So is this an okay pivot?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Yes, let's get to that because again, like Megan says, we want to be very cognizant of your time. The other things in this in the PowerPoint, you all can go through. You've seen it before. It's no big deal. Let's get back to let's do now. We're going to jump into feedback. So feedback / grading. So in your Google Classroom, we have, and did we put a link? No. There should be a section, and I can share my screen real quick. That will have your in the classwork area. Here we are. Under tutor materials, it's labeled sample question and answer. If you want to click on that. What we want you to do right now is just to see where we are when it comes to grading and looking at these things, right? So we want to see how you grade, how you give feedback with this sample question. Now, this is a criminal law question. Those are usually the shorter ones, right? I don't want to give you a property or something crazy like that have 15-minute subparts, but this is testing them on larceny by false pretenses. And so that's what this question is addressing. Attached also in this PDF is the answer to that, just like, you know, we would normally give you on an MLER, we give you the answer and we give you the question. Read through this, read through the question, and then you'll go to the tab that says grading samples. And under that will be, there'll be 3 questions. Let's just do number 1 for, you know, just for time's sake, because it's short. This is from a student. No, it's not none of you all. I almost did, but I didn't. No, I'm just playing. But this is a student we have from before. And to look at this question, tell us how you would, what score you would give and what kind of feedback you would give to this student. We want to say, let's give you all about 15 minutes. So it's 2:14. Let's go to 2:30. If you guys can work on that, you can turn your cameras off, whatever you want to do. Have your paper out, like Megan said. Taking notes, tell us what kind of score you would give and what kind of feedback. So let's do that for the next 15 minutes, and then we'll come back, talk about it, and wrap up. Sound good? All right, we'll start now. I have a timer that I can put up for 15 minutes. This is the one I use for your students, so now you can see what I use. And I start the timer now. So go ahead. When it buzzes, we'll be done.
That's your alarm. Certainly mine. This is something that we do called fist to 5. Obviously, we don't have that much time, but maybe like fist to 3. You could put your number in the chat. Would it benefit you to have 1 to 3 more minutes to finish grading? If not, don't put anything in the chat. But if 1 to 3 minutes would benefit you, please feel free to add that to the chat. All right. Well, then I think we are good to go, Miss Candy.
All right, awesome. Okay, so in the chat, we're gonna use the chat feature again. If everyone can put in the chat what they gave this student as far as a grade 0 through 6, go ahead and do that right now. And make it for everyone to see. All right. Rachel said low 2. 2.5, 2, 2, 2. Okay. 2, Antonio.
Did we read the same
Ivy.
answer?
Was it? Andrea, Jonathan, and Andrea said, oh, 3.
Okay. Did I have the same answer as everybody?
Yeah, that's what I want to know, because I was actually ready to give it a higher score than
Yeah, I was going to give it a 6. Because I don't think I have. Yeah, I don't think I have the same answer. That's why I didn't even type.
I don't think so either.
I don't want the side eye.
You were on question 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
It was the larceny by it was the guilty of larceny by false pretense question, right?
Yep. You're right, because I have 3 samples in there. That's why I was wondering if you did the.
Oh, so I don't think I had that. Yeah, I don't think I had that.
Let me just show you.
Yeah,
This
I was
is the
definitely
one.
about to give it a 4.
Okay, this is the one we're referring to. Can you guys see it? This student.
Oh,
Sorry.
no, I didn't see that. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, that one.
This one. Okay, that's okay. We're just trying to see where you guys are.
Okay, can I change my answer to a 4?
Of course.
I would have given a 5 even.
Yeah, I'm with Valentine. That was
Yes.
Yeah, wow. I'll wait until I'm called. my reason.
We're gonna have a good debate today. I love it. That's what we do as attorneys anyway. So at first I was gonna say we look to be on one accord. It looked like it was a lot of 2s. So this is what, let's do this. The people, let's see, the people that gave 2s, let's start with the lowest. Let's just go lowest to the highest. How about that? Hey, Ivy, you gave it a 2. Tell us why you gave it a 2.
Sorry, I was chewing.
Sorry.
Just from looking at it, it kind of confused me when I was reading it. And the organization of it kind of threw me, because I was thinking, does he have 2 issues? Because it was whether the owner intended deceit and then whether it was reasonable. So that kind of like, is you trying to do 2 separate issues?
Okay.
Or was it just one issue? And then reading through the actual analysis of it, it just seemed like they could have just used a little bit more of the actual. I got the sense that they were just paraphrasing instead of just going in and looking for the actual statements that were in the prompt and putting it to match up with their rules.
Gotcha. No, that makes sense. Okay. Anybody, other 2s, anybody, Megan, do you feel about the same way? Is that why you gave it a 2, or?
Yeah, I agree. And also just, I think too, this is like more, I think part of it is just the credibility of, like just having like a solid format and, like, I don't know. I just felt like it wasn't, even if they had the wrong rules or like, like there just like wasn't enough substance.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Let's see. Janelle, you gave it a 3. Tell us why you gave it a 3.
I felt like it would have been a passing answer on the bar exam. And like even though it missed some elements of the rule, I felt like if I was a bar exam grader, it would likely be a passing answer. But for MLER, like I struggle between 2 and 3 because initially I had 2 because I'm like, oh, as an MLER, I probably would give it a 2, but as a bar exam grader, I'd probably give it a 3.
So
that's
Janelle,
that's where my mindset came from.
So Janelle, it sounds like Janelle thinks we are hard graders here at MLEI, and Janelle is a former board member as well. So she she took it back in my day too. So I see we are harder. But no, okay. So you thought it was in between the 2 or 3, but you kind of went with the 3. Okay. Yeah. And then Valentine, you gave it a 4. Let's talk about the 4s in the house.
Yes. So first thing, this should be the first answer because that page has 3 answers, right? There are 3 pages there. We're talking about the first one, right?
Yes, the first one, correct.
Okay. So the first thing is I looked at the diagram of the answers. The diagram was properly in place. And he addressed, succinctly addressed all issues and arrived at the correct conclusion. Probably with the rule statement, the elements were there, maybe not numbered, but like I concluded, if I was a bar examiner, I would have gone to 5, but as an MLER examiner, I stayed at 4.
Wow. All right. Yeah. Okay. So given the 4, so that means that you saw that the rules were supported in the analysis. You saw an analysis where the rule was, there was explanation and analysis, right? And then you felt as though the issue that they stated there was correct. And that, yes, we do know that they did answer the question correctly. And that's why you felt like it was a 4. Is that right? Kind of summation of what you said?
Especially from the analysis section. The rules were properly married to the facts.
Okay.
Come up with the conclusion.
I'm just going to put up the scoring guide really quick so we can look back at that and see where we're going with that. Hey, Antonio, I want to ask you really quickly. You gave it a 2, and I know you were kind of a hard grader like me. So tell us why you gave it a 2.
I need a little bit more meat on the bones.
Okay.
From what I read, I mean, I just saw, everything was just meshed into one sentence analysis, and I just really, it didn't give me 6. It definitely didn't give me 5.
Okay.
Definitely didn't give me 4. A hot
2.532.
Yeah.
It gave you 2. Got it. Okay, awesome. I see some hands raised. Let me get to those. Alice, I saw your hand raised.
So I don't know if you read the same answer because I used the answer that Megan posted in the chat and I just copied it to my own Google Doc so I could like comment on it myself. But on mine, it has like more than, it's disorganized. Like it's kind of all over the place. And like one part says there's no such thing as larceny by false pretense. However, there's a crime of larceny by trick. I'm like, what are we talking about? Like, why would we? So I don't know that I read the same answer because if somebody says not enough meat on the bones, to me, it's too much stuff in here. Like, I don't know what all this is.
I think you went on to, I think that's the example for, because I had 3 in there. And so okay. You might have been looking at, yes. So, okay. I know which one you're looking at. For purposes of time, I was going to be able, we wanted to get through all 3, but that first one was the one. So maybe it came out of order for you. I apologize, Alice. But there was another one in there that was like, yeah, this is larceny by trick. That one was like off the chains too. So I want to give you the shorter of the 3. So yeah.
Well, even with the first answer, I still give it a 2. So
give it a 2. Okay, got it. Awesome. So you agree with most of the tutors that gave it a 2. So Andrea, you had something? You have your hand raised?
Yeah, I'm on the same boat as Janelle in that I couldn't understand why I wanted to go lower, even though I recognized that there were rules, there were statements that pretty much matched those rules. There was full direct. We could see that. So I knew that those points would be there, but visually, it wasn't what I would have liked for an MLER student. And so now that I've heard some of the discussion, I know that it's just our standards and that's fine. But when we are grading and we want to be realistic about what will be on the bar, you know, do we still award all of the points as we've seen it on like the Barbie checklist? So like if the sentence is there, do we give the point regardless of whether it looks messy, unorganized, no structure, just so we're not grading harder than we need to? I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that does make sense. I think a big part of it is what MLER does stress is organization of the answer. And if it looks messy and unorganized, yeah, I definitely, I dock for that. I'm like, it doesn't, if I'm the grader and I'm looking like, a little sideways, I'm like, well, wait, if I have to work to get your answer and figure out what you're thinking, then I'm taking points. Like, you're not getting that point. I'm like, no, because there's a better way of doing it. Like we're stressing, to make it easy. We stress this to them all the time. Make it easy on the grader. Don't make it hard where we have to go searching or we have to kind of think about like, what were they thinking at this point? Like, we don't want to do that. So I wouldn't give points for that, definitely not. Organization is a big thing. And I would make a note of that in my feedback as well. Like, you really need to work on the organization of your answer. It was a little hard to read at times. I kind of felt that I had to think about what you were trying to say. And kind of like Rachel had mentioned something like, well, you might have been trying to say this, but this is a better way of saying it. And so maybe you can give like feedback that way and suggestions. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess I also wonder if that's how the graders do it, because I thought they had a list of things to look for that they give points. So if the student includes this phrase, that counts as a point, or if they reach this conclusion, this counts as a point, regardless of organization or structure or format. So I just want to be sure that though in our program, we are a little bit more hard about organization and structure, whether we still award the points that a bar exam grader would.
Yeah, so we're with the points, more so look at that content, like what is in the essay when it comes to points. Now, let's make comments about the organization because you're right. It is mostly like a checklist that the examiners give. And if those things that are included in your answer are there, that's the checklist. But if it's hard for the grader to even find what's on the checklist, that comes a part of the organization piece of it. So it's not like we should be giving points for organization, but it's going to be, taking away points in a sense because we can't find where you locate the issue or the rule, or your facts are all over the place. So that's kind of where you're kind of taking points away, is from the fact that you can't locate these things because your organization is trash. I can say these things in front of you all, of course, not in front of the students, but you make a notation of that in your grading, that your organization needs to better work. You need to definitely work on that. So it's easier for the grader to give you those points because we can find in your analysis what you were thinking, right? Because it's plain right there. Or we can find in your rule that you knew all these elements because it's plain right there. It's concise. Does that make more sense?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Jonathan, real quickly, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, would it be possible to put on the screen the PDF of the one so that I can,
sure.
To me, I agree 100% with Valentine that it could have even been higher because it follows Dirac perfectly, right? Dirac there is clear. It's clear. The only thing that I had a problem with is in the application section. It was just a recitation of the facts without connecting the facts with the rule. That was the only issue that I had with it. So, I mean, I know Antonio said there's not enough meat on it, but again, to me, it's concise, it's clear, there are some grammatical issues, like there's a run-on sentence, I noticed that, but other than that, there aren't really, there's no misstatement of the rule. I guess I don't know.
No, I think that that's a good comment to make as well, that it's better to me also, and they do it in my own answer, to kind of mimic like what rule you're connecting your fact with, right? So when we talk about, did they obtain title? Well, this is how they obtain title, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? So I understand what you mean. It's better on the reader too, to see like how you're connecting each part of that rule to a fact. So no, I think that's good comments to make. And I would make those give that kind of feedback as well when you guys are critiquing these essays. So yeah, thank you, Jonathan, for that. Valentine, you had something?
So I read all 3 essays. I read them before. So when you gave the exercise, I thought you were grading all 3 answers.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So my grade was actually, after that, was comparative to the others. That's what gave that a 4, better than the 2 others.
Oh yeah, the 2 others, yeah, those are kind of. So I think, but what I want you to do is I wouldn't compare, like when you're grading your students like that, I wouldn't take them on an individual basis, right? So make sure you're doing kind of like, we kind of say like a case by case basis. That's what we say when we're in court or whatever. But, yes, comparatively to the other 2, I see why you would give this one a higher score. But when you're grading, just kind of focus on that, individual essay, and then just see it from those lenses. But I know, sorry, it was confusing that we put all those in there. I was trying to get to all of them, but yeah. So yeah, this one definitely is better than the other 2. So that makes sense. Patricia, you had something? Oh, I'm sorry. Did somebody say something?
How does that affect your score, Valentine?
Oh yeah,
is it?
That's a good question.
Say that again.
How does that affect your score? How does that change your score? What score do you give it now?
Right now, if I was looking at it, unfortunately, those other ones have influenced my mind. But if I was looking at it standalone, I will still stay at 4.
You would. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fair. All right, Patricia, you had something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I was debating between 2 and 3. I thought 4 was a little too high because even though like the structure is there, the direct is clearly there. I think they're missing buzzwords, like what you said earlier, the title. That's a big deal because that differentiates it from other areas or from other types of. I don't remember what the other rules are, but it's a big deal. It's title, and they didn't mention that, even though they like go around it. And you kind of get that they understand what they're saying, but the buzzwords are missing. And I also like Antonio said, I felt like it's just there wasn't enough in the analysis for me to say like, okay, this is well fleshed out, which you have 30 minutes to do it, but still like a recitation of like the facts isn't enough.
Agreed. Janelle, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that just based off what Valentine said, like I struggle with that too sometimes with trying to not compare the essays with the other group. And so initially I did give us a 2, and then I bumped it up when I read the other 2. So I'm like, oh, this is garbage. But yeah, so like that's something that I struggle with and I try not to do, but it's kind of hard. Like, did I grade this one too low looking at the other ones, or then go back like, did I give this one a too high of a score? So that's something that I think that we all sometimes struggle with.
Yeah, going back and like, maybe I should review this. I wish the graders would do that probably for some students, really wish the graders would do that, but they probably don't. But Rachel put a good point in the chat as well, that she has her students focus more on the comments and suggestions more than the points, because they are so focused on points and what that means. And like, oh my God, I got a 1. But focus on what, that 1 means. Why did my tutor give me that 1? Look at those comments and suggestions that you all are gonna, tell them that you all are gonna give them so they can improve, not just be so freaked out by the number. The only reason why, because honestly, I'm with Rachel. I would not give out points if we didn't have to. I would just give comments, because they get so stressed out and overwhelmed over that number. They just need a number, and that's why we just give it to them, because they need it so bad. then really focusing on what you guys are saying to help them improve than just focusing on, God, I got a 0 on this, or man, how did I get a 1? Last week I had a 4. You know, I think someone had said that before, like, Barbara's giving me 5s and 6s, you all are giving me 2s. Well, don't focus on that. Focus on what we're saying that needs to be improved and how to fill that gap. So you can, better improve, and you'll have a consistent score then across the board if it's such a numbers game. But you know us, it's such a numbers game that we're just so fixated on, okay, what is this? You know, we look at the number first. I know those students look at the numbers, you give them first, the grades, before they even look at those comments. Because once you give that grade, well, for me, personally, once I had that grade, it just messed me up to even look at the comments. I was like, God, what? You know, my mindset was already in defeat, because my grade was low. And so I wish it was a way maybe to like give comments and then give maybe grades later. I don't, have to think about that.
Yeah, let's do that.
Right?
Let's just do that.
I'm thinking that. And what do you all, thumbs up, guys? I know some people have their hands raised. I remember who it is, but thumbs up to that, because maybe that would be more helpful. Like, okay, we're gonna do, and that's one of the things Megan was talking about, kind of your norms for your group. Like, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna give you comments, and then we'll give you your grades later, because we want you to focus on what we're saying and the golden nuggets, I love that term, that we're giving you, than just looking at that number, because they're gonna get enough of the numbers, and Barbary, Kaplan, and Themis, right? They're gonna give them numbers all day long, and they're gonna be stressed. So let's try not to maybe give that, to them and alleviate that. So, okay, yay. So let's do that across the board. And then whoever's not here from your groups, once you get your tutor groups, relay that message to them that's what we're gonna start doing. Britt, I see. Okay, we'll go Brittany, Rachel, and Antonio. I see hands up. Go ahead, Brittany.
For sure. So I guess that decision kind of deflates what I was going to say, but what I was going to say is that as I was grading essays, I would submit the one that I had just done so that I didn't have the, I guess, I don't know, enticement to go back to it and maybe change it up. Like, I would read it, and in order to stick with my first mind, I would then submit it and say, okay, I'm done with this one now. So as opposed to like submitting them all as a batch, I would return it to the student as soon as I was done with my comments and my grade and be done. So then I didn't have the ability to compare them to the other students. I was comparing them to the model answer. So it was in the moment, and then you can't go back and second guess yourself because it's already sent out to them.
No, that's a good tip too as well. Rachel?
So mine is also kind of deflated by our new decision, but it's okay. So whenever I'm grading, I always do a high or a low. And so if I'm stuck in the middle between like, oh, maybe they could get a 3 because maybe this is 3 material. So I'll do like a high 2/low 3 out of 6. That way they're not like so focused on, well, she only gave me a 2, because then in my mind, it encourages them to go look at why I felt this was a high 2 or a low 3. Okay. So that way they're not 100% deflated if that's something that's going to deflate them.
Right. No, that's a good suggestion as well. Antonio?
2 things. The first is with respect to the new decision and delaying our time to give the grade. How much of the delay is it? Because if they're reading comments but don't know exactly where they stand, when does the realization kick in that you got a 2 despite all these comments?
I hear you. No, so if we're saying that the new timetable will be that Monday, right? Or close to as Monday as you all can do, early Tuesday, I don't like to waver. I know I like to stick with it, but if we're saying Monday is the cutoff, then you give them all the way up to, hopefully they'll be reviewing and looking at your comments before class. And then I'm saying that Thursday after class, go ahead, post your grade. Because that gives them at least those couple of days to really look at it, really, focus on like, oh my gosh. And they're probably wondering, well, what grade would this be? But you'll go, they're not saying give it to them like that Thursday night after class, so then they don't even have that before class to be over their head. Wait till after class to say, okay, we're gonna post your grade after our small session and then go from there. What do you guys think?
I see a thumbs down from Brittany, so I'll yield my second comment to Brittany if she wants to speak on it. She feels strongly.
Yes, please. I do. So my concern with that is that if they get that information right after small group, a lot of times if I get something, I'm tempted to check it right away. They're going right into another test. So they might then be super deflated of, I had these great comments, but I got a 2. Holy crap, I suck at this. I don't want to do this one now. So I just know my mindset, and there may be others who think like me or
I have an
operate like
idea.
me. I don't know, but I would be so deflated. I'm like, I don't want to do this right now.
I yield again to Jonathan.
So I have an idea.
Okay.
We can encourage them to do the exam by giving them their grade on their last exam when they turn in their next exam.
Ah. Boom.
Hold their grade hostage.
Yes, Jonathan. Maybe they'll encourage them to turn in their exam, because we have an issue with that as well. As you all know from most of you all who tutored last session, my God, we could not get the students to turn in exams.
Nope.
So maybe that is an incentive we can use for them to do. Okay.
I wanted to speak on that, but if anyone else wants to address the topic, then I'll yield as well to anyone else.
Yield to Alice. Alice has been waiting patiently.
I don't agree with waiting to hold the grades. I think that by nature, the bar is a numbers driven type of test. And I understand as attorneys, we don't do math, but students need metrics. And I know that it's very frustrating for students to read things, but because our comments are very subjective, we can give really great comments and something can still be really bad, right? Like if I have to sandwich a really bad comment in between 2 good things, all I read is, oh, I did the direct well, I did this well, but if the rule is wrong and the answer is wrong, you thinking that you get in a 5 or a 6 and really you somewhere in the 2 or 3 range. And I don't think that that's fair to students, especially when they have so much other stuff going on now. I'm holding a grade hostage. I'm waiting for this delayed reaction or this delayed satisfaction to figure out where I am and where I stand when you get 7-8 weeks to study. And I'm, trying to already look back to see what I got from last week or a week and a half ago. I think that it's fair for them to get the answers they get. We can give them the tough love or ease into like whatever kind of student that you have, but just go ahead and give them the grade. It's going to be less work on the tutors in general to not hold grades hostage. It's frustrating. You don't turn in your exam, but that's your fault at this point, right? Like you paid the money. You should be turning in your exam on time. It's the only way I can give you a grade. It's the only way I can help you. And so I don't understand why we have to coddle them at this point. And I know I'm probably a little bit more like, let's get them like to this point harder, but like these students already struggling. We deal with a lot of minority students and we deal with a lot of repeat takers. To hold them to a standard that you shouldn't think about these numbers, I think is not fair to somebody who is a student who needs to know what the numbers look like and what it would be realistic for them in the next couple of weeks for them to go ahead and take this test and to have a grade that's going to pass them.
No, I think you make valid comments. And I will say this, back in the day, MLER used to be just like that, right? We wouldn't even there were no coddling tutors at all, right? They were hardcore back when I took it. And I was like, oh my God, I wanted to sometimes like, I can't do this. Like we found that over time that the students are changing a lot where that approach, not necessarily, it wasn't being helpful. And so what we're seeing with these students now is that they do need a lot of this hand-holding method. And I am not, I will tell you right now, I'm all for your method, Alice. I was like, look, I'm not gonna baby these students. Like it is what it is, right? And so, but what we've been seeing lately, the trend is that, they need that kind of like, okay, step by step. I even see it with our attorneys when they come in, they need that, okay, this is what we're doing today. This is how we're going, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying you have to baby them, but it is a different approach I'm saying than before that used to be effective. We're seeing that it's not as effective now. So what I would suggest, maybe we do just like a tester group, okay? And we'll front load it, say, okay, look, you're in group such and such. This is how we're gonna do it for this group. Other groups are gonna be doing something different. We'll let you know that right now. But for this group, this is what we're going to try as far as, I had to say holding the grade hostage, but it is that, right? Let's just be real. Holding the grade until we make sure that you submit an exam. Let's just try it for one group this session and see how it works. And if for that group, those tutors come back and say it was garbage, it was trash, it didn't work, then we won't do it. But I kind of do want to test it just to see how it will work. And I'll make sure that Antonio and Alice are not in that group. No, I'll just play with you all. But no, I thank you for that comment, because I believe it. I'm with you too. But these students that are coming in now, it's something different. I don't know what it is in law school or what, I don't know, but it's like a different type of beast and a different way of thinking, right? And so I'm trying to adjust to that to meet the needs of them. But you know, they don't give us feedback either. That's the other thing. They're quiet. So it's like, I need to know what you need so we can make adjustments. But yeah, I would say let's try like a sample group this time.
Can I quickly comment, Candace? I'll lower my hand, but I just want to just piggyback off of this. All of the hand holding, all of this sympathy that we're giving, but the gag is that the students are not doing the work.
Yeah.
My question is, we're dealing with these new type of students. They want all this attention, but they're not doing the work and they expect to pass. I would just like to push out there, because I'm not really expecting at this time, 3 o'clock, and you know, we're getting ready to go, but what is MLER doing when we get into this relationship? What is MLER doing to make sure that these students are doing the work on that topic of reviewing the actual feedback? Because some of them don't even review the feedback. They look at the number and they say, all right. And then we get into the classrooms and we're trying to discuss it and give them feedback, but they don't know what's going on. They don't remember it. They've been reading several other essays with Barbary and Kaplan. They just looking at us to hear us talk. And we're like, well, all right, remember what happened when John went to the store and got hit? And they don't remember it. They don't even remember what they put down. So they're not reading the exams. They're not reviewing the feedback. They're not submitting their exams on time. They're not studying. They got some lean sheet they didn't found from Susie Q, and they're reading some lean sheet and think they know it. And so the relationship that we're trying to build and push forward, it's not progressing. So I just want to throw that out there while we're on this topic, that I hope that MLER is striving just as much with these students, because it feels like at times I'm excited. All right, let's go. And the students are like this, but you're not doing the work and you're getting twos. Blanks are in your grading sheet in Google Classroom. So it's like, what do we do? How can we continue to build it? And we can kumbaya all you want to, but when that grade come out and we up there asking you, hey, who passed? And you still silent, you blaming us. So I just want to throw it out there. I'm sorry. Thank you.
No. Thank you for that comment. And let me say real quick, because I do want to address that with Antonio. I know it's 3 o'clock. I want to be cognizant of time. If you guys can still hang on for another maybe 10 or 15 minutes so we can, because I think this is a great discussion. I think it's a discussion that we need to have with you all, because you all are the people that are seeing the students, have seen the trends, are interacting and making that relationship. So if you all can hold on for another, can I ask for another 10 minutes, 10 or 15, please? Okay, cool. Thank you. If you have to leave, we understand, but please stay. But Antonio, to your point, as far as what is MLER doing? So, as you know, there's coordinators, right, for the program, and then there's the MLER board. As coordinators, I can tell you this: when you all let us know what the problem is, right? Either you tell us right away. Antonio, me and you have a great relationship. Most of everybody on here have a good relationship where you all will tell me like something's going on. You know, I need you to address it. Know that once we see it, and we go back also in your Google Classroom and can see where these students are missing grades and not turning in and things like that. We send out an email. We try to call them too, just like you all, and try to do what we can. Like, hey, where are you? I mean, I already have a student already that hasn't shown up, paid the money and shown up, nothing, hasn't responded to any emails. So know that we are doing the follow-up on the coordinator side. We're trying as much as we can to follow up with what you all are doing too, so we can supplement and be a force to really be like, look. But and everybody on this call should know, you can only do so much with these students, right? It's only so much you can, what's that term? You can lead them to water, you can't make them drink, whatever that term is, right? And so we know you guys are giving your all, know that the coordinators are backing you up and we support you, and we're trying to do our best too, besides going like, sometimes I want to roll up at a house, like I got your address on the application, like I want to be like, bam, bam, bam. Okay, Antonio, you remember that one student we had who had every excuse in the world, and we tried to work with that chick and we just could not get her to understand. So as far as to answer your question, as far as MLER, we're doing the same thing you all are doing. We are trying to follow up. We're trying to get these students to do the work. But yeah, it's just something that we've seen, you know, with these students that they're not doing the work. You guys are giving them the feedback, you're giving them everything. And so now I'm just really trying to figure out a way to not make them, but push them, you know, to do the work. And that's why we're having this discussion right now. Because if you guys have any other, you know, your ideas are great and your comments and feedback are great. And we're going to take that and see what we can do. What more can we do? Because you all are already doing a lot and we appreciate everything you're doing. But it's like, how can we make the students care? And I tell them that. I said, we can't make you care. You have got to care. We'll be your cheerleaders, but at the end of the day, you have to sit there and take the exam yourself, right? We're not going to be there telling you, okay, you got this, go girl, da 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 da. At the end of the day, this is for you. I can't want it more than you want it, right? And we stress that. I try to stress that at large group. You know, anytime I'm interacting with the students, I try to reiterate the same things you guys are doing in your small group. But, you know, sometimes it just falls on deaf ears and they just don't want to listen. And then it's like, why are you here and wasting your money and our time if you don't want to listen to what we have to say? So any suggestions you guys have, whatever more. So that's why I was thinking, well, let's try it. Will holding grades maybe help? I don't know. It sounds like maybe something we should at least explore. And if, you know, if there's people who don't want to explore that, I understand. You know, if you don't think that's a good idea, you know, I get that. But it's just a new idea that, you know, we're just trying to see, you know, what we can do. So, okay, I'll stop talking because I know there's a lot of people who want to comment. Sahara, you have your hand up.
Yes, so I wanted to just echo what Alice was saying, which I totally agree. I think that the scores need to come out as soon as the grades come out, because I think when you first get your grades, as we all have gone through this process, it's sobering. It allows you to understand that, no, I'm not, you know, knowing everything. Just like you get thrown in and doing an essay when you don't know all the rules, but you learning them, and we need to see you do that. We need to be realistic about what these grades are going to be. And even if we're a little harder, which is kind of like how Kaplan and everything else is designed for. They give you the hard MBE questions so that when you go to the test, you have some of those easy ones and you're scoring harder. So we need to be realistic about what our grading is and if it's off format and if it could be better because you didn't put all the elements down in the rules, even though you kind of got a generic because we saw you made it up. We need to be real with them. And this coddling is causing harm not only for them when they get to the bar, but it's causing harm when they get to their real job, because some of them are not lasting. And that's what MLER is for, right? Diversity, not only passing the bar, but within inclusion in the legal field. And so we're doing them a disservice when we're saying, oh yeah, that's cool, I'm gonna give you a 4. No, it's not a 4. I mean, I'm just going also back on my experience, and maybe I'm groomed a little differently. Law school didn't coddle me. If it was wrong, it was wrong. I think we just had a longer time period to the final exam to kind of refresh and get on point. They don't have that liberty. They only have this much time. So in fact, when you're being nicer, you're actually making it so they're like, oh, okay, to Alice's point, I think I'm on track to be, and they were practicing from Monday to maybe Wednesday or whenever they got their grade, like they thought they were on track, and all of a sudden now they have to revert their plan when they finally see their grade was actually a 2, when they have probably been doing the same thing that they thought they were doing. I don't think that's it. I think maybe our extra component just needs to be, while I know this is a lot of focus on the teaching aspect and everything, and we have been talking about touching bases with them on a weekly just to see how they're doing, maybe we need to have someone who's just solely focused on that and their mental health during this process of like helping them through it to help to bring that extra element. But I think in terms of grading, no. That's just my opinion.
Okay. And just to clarify, I would hope, and I know there could be ambiguity, right, when you guys give your comments about where they would be, but I would hope the comments could be more towards focus where they didn't think they were doing great, and that your comments were more focused at like, you know, no, you need to work on these things without, of course, being negative, but at least showcasing them like, don't think this was a 6. Like my comments, hopefully they're clear enough to express to you that there is some concern with this area or this essay that you did, and you need improvement. And this is how I think you need to go about that and improve. So that's why I want us to give more more kind of meat and potatoes, like we were talking about before with the essay that was lacking. Give more meat to your comments if you're not doing that already. Let me put that out there. I'm not saying you guys aren't doing that, but if you're not doing that already, give some more, specific or directed kind of feedback than more of a general statement about like, where they're lacking. Get more specific with it. Where are you actually lacking? What did you do here that you could have improved? What did you miss? This is your misstep. You saw this red herring, thought it was contract law, and it was really family law. I'm just throwing something out. But that's what I'm talking about when you guys to give your feedback, and why we were giving more of like teaching tools, because I know that comes more with the teaching part of tutoring, is more like, how do you give that, teach them how to do the direct, or teach them where they did the misstep, more so than just like a general, like, you need to work on issue spotting, or you need to work on the rule, if that makes sense. But I hear you, Sahara. I definitely hear what you're saying. Let's not be ambiguous. It's better just to give the grade. So I understand what you're saying with that. I see, Jonathan, you have your hand up.
Rachel had her hand up first.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rachel. I apologize.
All good, no worries. But I'm kind of in the same boat as Alice and Sahara. So I have a major issue with us coddling anyone in general, period. I know that our students are I went through it. I stressed myself out so bad during bar prep that I made myself sick. Like, I had to physically go home because I almost passed out while I was studying. So like, I know what they're going through. We all know what they're going through. But coddling them, like the newbies at our job, I don't coddle them. I tell them what I'm going to tell them. If you don't want to take it and learn, that's on you, because that means I'm not going to call you next time I need help on something. And so the bar is not going to coddle them. Their next job is not going to coddle them. They may be easier graders than we are, but we are hard on them, just like our teachers were hard on us, so that they can actually pass the bar, right? And so I'm not saying that we should withhold the scores or not withhold the scores. Because to me, I think that's why, in my opinion, you have to give specific comments on the sentences, on the content. And so if you're not giving like it takes me forever to grade an exam. I don't know about y'all, but it could take me upwards of 6 hours to grade one person's exam if I'm grading all the essays or I'm grading all the MPTs. And it's because I'm literally going line by line saying, so I recognize what you're trying to say here, but what you're trying to say is not actually coming across. Consider saying it this way. Or, I don't even know what you're saying here. I've read this sentence 5 times. I need you to tell me what you're trying to say. Or it'll be just like, this was everywhere, and it doesn't make sense. Like, so if you're giving that kind of feedback, the score really doesn't matter.
Right.
And so if we don't want to give scores, fine. But if we want to give scores, great. I don't really have a care. But I will tell you, I tell my students, if you come to me and ask me why your score was what, and you can't tell me what it said in my comments, do not come to me complaining about your score. Because if you cannot tell me or ask me about my comment, why my comment was this, or if you disagree with my comment, that's different. But if you disagree with my score and you have nothing to say about why my score was what it was, I can't help you.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of my thing about it. But I agree, we should not coddle the students. We can hold their hands, we can lead them to the water, but as with everything else in life, we can't make them drink it. So that's kind of like.
Okay. Thank you, Rachel, for that. Jonathan, were you next?
Yeah, I think so. If I'm wrong, let me know and I'll shut up. But I just really quickly, I think there's a way to reconcile what everyone here is saying, because I agree with what everyone has said. I think there has been a little confusion about what I meant with respect to the grades. I'm not saying we hold anyone's hand and coddle them. I'm saying our comments, like Rachel said, should be it is what it is. You misstated the rule. This is not the issue. This is not a proper analysis. You did not find the fact that is relevant to triggering this rule. And that is all meaningful feedback that's not holding anyone's hands. And I get I do understand that people need the number as a metric, but they also need to know what it is that got them this score. And if they are only looking at a score, which we know that they do, then and they aren't reading the comments, then they're not going to improve either. So I totally agree. They need to be pushed. They need to do the work. And the best way, as far as I know, to help them do that is to do what Rachel was saying with regard to the comments, to discourage them from, focusing only on a number.
Agreed. Yep. Patricia?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, there's a difference between, coddling and I think giving good feedback. Like for me, if I write an essay and you tell me like that's not the issue, that's not enough for me because that's the issue that I thought it was there. So you have to tell me like, you probably missed this, and if you would have seen this is where it would have gone. But there's a difference between that and just telling me like that's not a good issue, or like you clearly don't understand the rule or something like that, which I've experienced that before in a variety of places. And it's like, that doesn't really help me understand why I'm wrong. But you can say that without, being mean, I guess. I don't know how to explain it. It's not really coddling. It's just telling you like, I see that how you're doing it. I understand where you're coming from, but like, that's not the point. That's not what they're asking. And I think I also agree with the score thing. Like, because we're like, you want to know if you would pass or not. Like, that's at the end of the day, that's what we want to know. But like, I think if you give the scores a little later, it'll give you time to digest the comments, which is ultimately more important than the score, because that's how you improve your next essay. So that's where I stand with the score thing. Like the fear about the score is like, if you see you got a 2, you're going to freak out and you might go into a panic attack or whatever. Because there's other stuff going on too. So if you don't see the score, maybe you'll have time to digest. Like, okay, maybe this is how I should have done it and this is how I should have improved it. But that's how, yeah.
Thank you, Patricia. And Patricia, you just took our summer 2021 class, correct? And congratulations to you for passing that bar, girlfriend. Yes. So thank you. I know someone else on here, I think she already went off, but no, thank you for your comments and your feedback. Brittany, you had something?
I do, but Andrea can go next. Yeah.
Oh, Andrea,
I'll
sorry.
defer. Yeah.
I was just gonna say that with the concern with releasing the scores at a later time, we also have to keep in mind that the students are tracking their scores and other materials, right? Like they're tracking them on Barbary, on Themis, or on Kaplan, or whatever. Our students might also be taking supplemental courses like I did at Chicago Kent. One of our professors did a specific writing course on top of MLER, on top of Barbary. So I think most of our students would have an idea of where they land. And if the purpose of MLER is to make our students better writers for the bar, then we should have a bigger focus on the substance of our comments rather than the scores, so that they can really sit with those instead of focusing on just the number. And I understand, like, it's, as a student trying to study for the bar, you want to see the number, you want to see the outcome. But if they're already seeing that elsewhere, MLER can be a place where we can help them improve organizationally, structurally, right? Like with DIRAC, we can focus on other things that these other study materials are not working on, and make them look better when it comes to a bar exam grader looking at their work, right? And it's all clear, it's nicely structured, the buzzwords are there. I don't know, I just feel like MLER helps you improve in different ways that other programs don't. And so I would be okay with that delay, because it's like, as we've said, it's the comments, it's the substance that will really make the impact on the students' work.
Thank you so much for that comment. Brittany, sorry.
Gotcha. All right. So just 2 things. One, everyone here who's having this amazing, lively debate, all of you are going to give that rich, amazing commentary to your students. I think that, and I can't speak for all of our coordinators, but I will say, just from my opinion, I'm not worried about the content of your comments, because I do believe that you're all here for a reason. You're all here to exemplify the mission of MLER. What we probably need to do is remember why we fell in love with the program, and help these students to do the same thing. So if the comments from your tutors is why you fell in love with it, be that for them. If learning how to direct is what made you fall in love with MLER, be that for them, help them do that. So I think that it's just really a matter of what we bring individually to the small groups as well, because I'm not concerned with the content of your comments. You're going to give amazing feedback, each and every one of you. I'm not concerned with the grades that they're going to get because they're resilient. They'll shake it off. And if they can't shake it off, they'll call us. So I think that all of this is amazing, amazing. I love the interaction here, but I also know that either way it goes, we're here for a reason and a purpose, and it's the mission of this organization. So I think that we're in a great place. I vote that we leave the scoring where it is, just because I also know that we're all very active, busy individuals. So if it's my week to grade, and then I have to come back in and give feedback or a grade the next day, like once I submit it, I'm done. Like, I'm moving on. So we also have lives. So I don't want to complicate the process either. So that's just my 2 cents.
Oh, I thank you for that, Brittany. I thank you for all of you all's feedbacks. I love it because, you know, we don't get this from the students. I know I'm not going to get this tomorrow. Antonio won't get this tomorrow when we talk to the students with feedback. So I appreciate it. Know that I'm listening. I was taking notes, all of that, because I want to hear from you all, because you all are the program, right? We say that every time. We would be nothing without our volunteer tutors. We'd be nothing without the insight and the value that you all bring. So know that I'm listening, know that I hear you, and know that, you know, what I do as program coordinators only to make the program better and only to not have us be stagnant, because I feel like we've been stagnant for a while. As far as like when I took it back in 07, I feel like we were still doing kind of the same things in 2015, 17, 18, you know. So what my kind of my mindset as a program coordinator is trying to push MLER to another place and not say just because it's kind of like when you were online, right? You know, people, they did that to me, so I'm gonna do it to you type mentality. And I don't want us to be there. I want us to be able to grow. I know it's to grow and to really meet the needs. If the mindset of the student is changing, then we need to change too. Now, I'm not saying we have to, I know we've been using this word a lot, coddle. Best believe I am not a advocate for coddling, but I am one for having a balance with it, right? Giving that tough love, still pushing them, but still recognizing that they still need some more oomph, right? They need a little extra than what the student from, 5 years ago needed. Or we got away with MLER, we would get away with not telling the tutors, really, you didn't really have to teach, you would just do an overarching, like, okay, these are the issues we saw with everybody, and here's direct, and we'd be done. But what we're seeing is that that's not enough anymore. They really need to be like, okay, this is how you actually, I'm going to teach you how to do this direct. I'm going to give you these tips on how to do it. Let me show you on the board an example, and this is how you direct. Not to say it wasn't done before, but I feel like it needs to be more emphasized with these students that we've been seeing coming in. So that's all. It's just a way of like, okay, let's regroup. Let's talk about this. Was a great opportunity to do so. And the suggestions and feedback you gave, we can now go back as coordinator and say, okay, what can we do? What can we use? What don't we want to use? Do we want to do a sample, group? I think that'll be great. I mean, again, winter is usually the time we do these sample things like this whole turn in your exam the next day. This is a new thing. Again, we just want to get your feedback. Let's try it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, we'll scratch it, but we need to at least try some different methods. That's all I'm saying to grow. And again, I will say it again, I am not a proponent or advocate of coddling. Trust. I got 3 boys. I ain't got time to coddle nobody, especially up in this house. So I'm not a coddler, but with the group of students, what can we do now to get them to actually care and want to be in this exam? So it is 3:25. I am so sorry. I know we can go on forever and ever. Thank you so much again for attending. I want to thank Ms. Megan Rice. She is thebomb.com. Y'all didn't get to hear her sing, but maybe I'll put the link to her her music videos and stuff in the chat. So you can hear, and her babies that came in, little Jaden. And she has another son, Jackson. We thank you so very much for all the time that you gave tonight to my coordinators. I think Jasmine had to get off, but Brittany as well, my assistant coordinator. Thank you all so much to the tutors. You guys are awesome. I'm excited for this winter 2022. I know you all are too. Let's just constantly stay in communication like we've been doing, like we always do. For our new tutors, know that that's what we do here in MLER. We stay in communication. Let me know. Let us know who these students are that we need to look at, that we need to, double team on them. Because once you all do it, we want to, back you up as much as possible so you all don't feel by yourself. So we want to, as coordinators, back you up as well. So whatever we can do, let us know. The last thing we're just asking you to do, and I think Megan already put it in the chat, you might have to scroll up because we've had a lot of comments since then, is we have a survey. Please take the time to fill out that survey. Please let us know about this tutor training, how you liked it, disliked it, but you'll probably just say you loved it, of course. No, but let us know how we can improve, because again, we always need that feedback, and so we can improve. So make sure you take that exit survey for us, and we will see everybody on Thursday. Oh, make sure you register for that Zoom link. Make sure you've done that, or you will not be able to get in on Thursday. So we will see everybody at about 5:55 if we can get online on Zoom so I can get you guys in your groups, but we will see you guys on Thursday.